call to order the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I'll just note up front here, to minimize the risk of exposure or spread of COVID-19, MPRB has added options for comments to be submitted for its public meetings and hearings that are authorized under Minnesota statute section 13D.02. Most commissioners will call in, and the meeting will be viewable via webcast and TV options. The video is also posted on the website, usually 2 days after the meeting. With that, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Yeah, I returned it the same day I got it, but somehow
Commissioner French.
got messed up. I don't know why it-
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving on, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Commissioner Forney.
I'd like to amend the agenda to add at unfinished business a resolution to take from the table and adopt the mall park portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan.
Point of order, President Cogill, can we have a motion to approve the agenda to get on the table before we have a motion to amend it?
Certainly, I'll take the first part of Commissioner Forney's motion as a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second to approve the agenda?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Commissioner Forney, if you'd like to restate the amendment to the agenda and unfinished business, that would be welcome.
Thank you. To add a resolution under unfinished business to take from the table and adopt the mall park portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan.
There has been a motion to amend the agenda to add a item under unfinished business relating to the mall park. Is there a second?
Well, I'm confused about what we're voting on. So I think Commissioner Bourne was saying you have to approve the agenda first and then you can amend it, or we could just do one motion to approve the agenda as proposed by Commissioner Forney with that addition. So I would second that.
I'll ask Council Rice if we're able to do that.
I mean, the appropriate, Mr. President, yes, Commissioner Forney's amendment is in order. You should move to amend the agenda as suggested, and then vote on the amendment, and then vote on the motion.
Fantastic. So Commissioner Meyer, do you second Commissioner Forney's amendment?
Yes.
All right. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the amendment to the agenda.
President Cogill, my hand is raised to speak to the amendment. If you could do that before you take the roll. Certainly,
Commissioner Bourne. I'm sorry I didn't see it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, President Cogill. I'm not necessarily against this. I'm just looking for the transparent notification that I think I must have missed an email from Mr. Goodrich that this was coming before the board tonight. It wasn't placed on the agenda as of Friday, and I guess I very well may have missed an email from Mr. Goodrich from somebody saying that was going to be brought forward. Did I miss that email, or is this just being brought forward for the first time right now?
Are you directing that question at me, Commissioner Bourne, or are you asking?
I guess if Mr. Goodrich has an answer, if he sent that, if he sent a message out after, because I'm sure that Commissioner Forney probably emailed Goodrich of her intent to amend the agenda.
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. So this is the first time anybody's hearing of it is right now.
We discussed it at the last meeting. Actually, you discussed it, Commissioner Bourne.
Right, but since that time the agenda was posted, I didn't see a motion. I didn't see a motion to take this from the table on the agenda that was released Friday. So I had assumed, and I think most of the public had assumed, that for some reason the president didn't think it was timely to bring it forward now. So I'm just a little surprised to be seeing it now.
Noted. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll on the amendment.
Commissioner Bourne,
Pass.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson, Commissioner Severson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
No.
Commissioner Hassan, was that no?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner French,
Pass.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye. Oh, yeah, aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill,
I'll pass.
Commissioner Bourne,
I will abstain.
Commissioner French,
Pass.
President Cogill,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
No.
there are 5 ayes, 2 nays, 2 abstain.
The amendment to the agenda fails, and now, if I'm not mistaken, we will vote on the entire agenda as amended. Do I have a?
Wait a minute.
President
Point of
Cogill,
order.
there were 5 ayes.
5-4 passes.
Yes, that carries.
Thank
My
you.
apology.
Thank you. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Since we are amending the agenda with no notice to the public, there are 2 things that I'd like to add to, and I'd be open whether they were under unfinished business or reports of officers, but I would like to amend the agenda to include a report on the origins of the law enforcement mustering at Sheridan Park on November 2nd, and if we can just get an update on that. I had also asked that we have just a presentation from council on open meeting laws. And so I'm wondering if we can add under unfinished business just a refresher course from the council under open meeting laws. So a motion to add 2 items.
Commissioner Bourne has made a motion to add 2 items to the agenda. They have been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'll just say I think both of these items could be addressed as simple questions when the superintendent is giving his report, but I will ask the secretary to take the roll on Commissioner Bourne's amendments.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. You have 6 ayes, 2 nays, 1 absent.
That carries. I'll now ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended with all 3 amendment items. Do I have a motion?
President Cogill, you already have a motion and a second on the table.
Oh, okay. So I'll ask, if there's no discussion on the agenda as amended, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the amendment, on the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Bourne, thank you. Commissioner Musich.
You're muted.
Commissioner Musich.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan.
Sorry, I had some technical problems there. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Sorry, I had some technical problems there. Aye.
That carries. We have an agenda. I'll ask now for an approval of the minutes from Wednesday, October the 21st, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
The motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the approval of the minutes. I will ask is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on approving the minutes.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Wait 1 second. Commissioner Musich.
I appear to not be muted. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Aye.
Got it. Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Abstain.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 abstain.
That carries. Moving on to reports of officers. I'm glad that Commissioner Bourne brought up the issue of Sheridan Park, and that will be something that we'll want to discuss here. I also want to first turn it over to Vice President Vita for her report.
Thank you, President Cogill. I just want to address something really quick. On October 25th, Commissioners Musich, Forney, and I met via Teams to review the superintendent's recommended 2021 budget. This has been a routine for us for the past 2 years. After submitting questions to Director Julie Weissman on October 28th, I realized that we had broken open meeting laws. It was not our intentions to break any open meeting laws when scheduling this meeting, and it was just a really bad oversight on our part. I would like to apologize on behalf of myself, Commissioners Musich and Forney, and assure you that we will pay better attention in making sure this type of breach never happens again.
Thank you,
That is it
Vice
for me.
President, for that statement. Much appreciated, and appreciate you taking that seriously and addressing it forthrightly.
Thank you, President
With that,
Cogan.
thank you. With that, I'll ask the superintendent to begin his presentation.
Thank you, President Cogill, commissioners. Great to see everybody. I will begin with athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. Many team tryouts took place at Parade over October, and a new hockey team were formed for the 2020-2021 season. Teams have now moved into exhibition games and are officially kicking off their season. The next youth hockey tournament will happen over Thanksgiving weekend, November 27th through the 29th. Also, open skating and open hockey kicked off on October 5th and is off to a great start so far. Aquatics. The Junior Swim Club works with youth ages 7 to 17 on fundamentals in the sport of swimming. Practice twice a week and instills the accountability and discipline that comes with being a part of a team. The next session begins November 9th and runs until December 23rd. We anticipate 120 youth joining this program. Scholarships are also available. Adult sports. Adult broomball and pond hockey registration have begun. Get your friends together and enjoy the outdoor activity this winter. Athletic facility and permits. MPRB athletic facility permits will be opening field permit applications for the 2021 season starting in November for all returning users. Go to www.minneapolisparks.org for more information. Youth sports. Fall sports concluded October 31st with exciting matchup games in youth soccer and youth flag football. Golf courses reopened on Saturday, October 31st. They will remain open as long as the weather allows, likely into next week. Then they will be closed for the season. So taking advantage of the great weather and the phenomenal season golf has had. So thank you to all of our golf team that's been out there doing incredible work. And go out there and enjoy the golf courses before winter sets in. Recreation centers and programs. Recreation celebrated Halloween and outdoor socially distanced events at Pearl, North Mississippi, Powderhorn, and Nokomis Parks. Hundreds of families attended these events, and so thank you to the staff for putting these on. Great events. North Commons, on October 31st, North Commons held a food giveaway led by Yvette Griffith Gray. Giveaway was 384 boxes of food to Northside community members. Boxes contained chicken, milk, cheese, yogurt, apples, and onions. Wonderful event, so thank you to Yvette Griffith Gray, great event. And helping out the community, so thank you. The Northeast Park cohort of Village Parks met last Tuesday to get to know one another and dip their toes into language immersion experience. By the end of the 2 hours together, everyone had the opportunity to introduce themselves and were able to respond affirmatively and negatively to questions, as well as name 9 different body parts in Norwegian. When asked what they most needed for the year, participants, most of whom are currently distance learning, indicated a desire to be active, to be social, and to feel forward progress in learning about something that interests them. Village Park's new program location for 2020 and 2021 is at North Commons, Northeast, and Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Parks. There will still be openings at each location. And of course, for information, please go to the Park Board website to get connected. Wonderful program. Forestry. Forestry crews have been clearing trees from the William Barry Channel. The channel was constructed to solve flooding problems in the upper chain of lakes. Over the years, the area became overgrown with self-seeded trees, which can fall and block water flow. When this project is completed, it will be easier for asset management department to keep the water outlet open. The forestry department is excited to host Chris Mann, who is a member of the AmeriCorps Community Forestry Corps. As an AmeriCorps member, Chris will be helping with community forestry outreach and engagement. One of his primary areas of focus will be furthering forestry's hammock engagement project. I think it's otherwise known as mocking, I believe. Chris grew up in Minneapolis and is a proud graduate of South High School and the University of Minnesota. He will be with the forestry department until August of 2021. So please give Chris a hearty welcome when you see him. And great to have you on board, Chris. Asset management. Early winter weather forced the asset management to act quickly to early and very unexpected snowfall in the 2020-2021 winter season. Much of the fall work, mulching leaves, putting garden beds to rest, and churning off the remaining water sources has yet to be completed. The team rallied quickly, getting plows on trucks, cabs on mowers, and snow blowers out of storage to ensure clear paths and sidewalks for our patrons. Wonderful work, and thank you for responding so quickly. Asset management, great work. Buoy and dock removal started October 31st this year between Nokomis, Winnemucca, and Harriet. Just over 400 buoys were removed from the lakes. Horticulture. Last day for seasonal gardeners was October 29th. We had 11 seasonal gardeners stay with us until the end of the season this year. Environmental management. Approximately 80 individuals tended to plots in park community gardens, 4 locations: Dickman Park, Franklin Steele Square, Loring Park, and Towerside Park. Volunteer staff and Conservation Corps maintained 4 primary gardens at Bohannon, Lyndhurst, Powderhorn, and Sibley. Several hundred pounds of produce were distributed through Plant, Grow, Share free CSA program. Gardens at Franklin Steele and Dickman were expanded. A new garden was installed at Summerfield Park to use in 2021. Spring installations are planned for Sibley Park and Lovell Square for use in 2021. Temporary garden space will be made available at Powderhorn Park in 2021, while staff and community work on a larger plan. Planning. Lovell Square Park playground improvements. The park improvements are wrapping up at Lovell Square Park. It should be open very soon. The new playground includes fun new climbing equipment, slides, swings, and a new 22 to 5-year-old children's area with nature play features. The playground on the north end of the park has been removed and is ready for community raised beds next year. The project will also include new landscaping with native shrub, trees, and benches. Cleveland Park playground improvements. Cleveland Park renovation is now completed and the playground is now open. The new playground was shifted to the north part of the park to align with the approved and adopted master plan for the park. The new, very colorful playground includes lots for climbing structures, slides, swings, and spinners. In addition to the playground, a new picnic area was also added. The new picnic tables will be installed next year due to the earlier than expected cold weather. This project also includes new trees, paths, and benches. Farview Playground improvement. The Farview Park Playground is about 75% complete. Completion of the project has been delayed until next spring due to the unforeseen delays in playground equipment. In addition, the recent cold temperatures prevented installation of playground surfacing and concrete, which require a specific temperature to cure properly. The project staff regret the delays and having to keep the playground closed for safety, but really look forward to celebrating the new playground in the spring. Holmes Park playground improvements. Holmes Park playground renovation is complete and the park is open. The new playground includes a large play structure with many slides and climbing features, which is universally accessible. The playground includes swings, a set of double tire swings, spinners, a teeter-totter, and different sized play mounds, and a new 2 to 5 year old children's area with a play mound, slide, and playhouse. There's also a shaded seating area with benches and places for parents to rest. We're good. Phelps Field Park. The new playground improvements at Phelps Parks was recently completed, and the playground was opened for community use. The new and much improved playground provides amazing new and fun play amenities or elements. The massive central play piece called the Boomerang is only the second of its kind installed in America. No one said playgrounds have to be just for kids. Adults can even take their turn playing on this exciting play piece. If you have a chance to see it or to get involved, it is absolutely amazing. So I'm gonna go and try it out this week. So great playground over at Phelps Park. So happy to see it there. Weber Natural Swimming Pool Regeneration Basin. Weber Natural Swimming Pool's regeneration basin needed repair and has been recently completed. This was the third year where portions of the regeneration basin was repaired to remove sediment that washed into the regeneration basin in 2016 from the flash flood storm event. Planning staff prepared the bidding documents each of the 3 years, and during the construction worked alongside the contractors to ensure the repair work was done correctly and adhered to the strict design standards. The repair work during the previous 2 years has proven very successful. We anticipate that there will be a final year where repairs will be needed, and we look forward to hopefully a full season of swimming in 2021. Okay, maybe one more here before 5:30 open time. Weber Park Natural Swimming Pool. I'm sorry, that's the picture above of the work that's being done. Father Hennepin Upper Bluff Park. Design is underway regarding the major park improvements at the Father Hennepin Park. The design efforts follow the board-approved master plan, which includes the new performance building with seasonal restrooms, outdoor plaza space adjacent to the performance building, a new pathway construction, site lighting, and enhanced park entrances, as well as improvements to site landscaping and park amenities. Design plans should be completed in the summer of 2021. Okay, Morgan Avenue Tennis Courts. Construction of the new courts started recently and is wrapped up for the year. The new tennis courts, the new tennis surface, along with fencing and tennis nets, have been installed. In spring of 2021, the color coat and permanent tennis lines will be applied over the bituminous pavement, which will then be 100% complete. The tennis courts will be 100% complete. In the meantime, temporary paint lines have been painted so that the community can start enjoying the new courts. Constructions of these tennis courts could not have been completed or accomplished without the wonderful support and fundraising efforts from the community. We look forward to many more years of community enjoying these courts. So thank you to the community, and I will definitely be out there using those courts. President Cogill, I know it's 5:30. Do you want me to stop here at this point and then come back after?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Superintendent. It is 5:30. It's time for our time certain open time. We have a total of 6 speakers, 2 in person, or 4 in person and 2 on the phone. And I'll also just note to folks that we do have 2 other time-certain public hearings, one at 6 o'clock and one at 6:45. It's open time. That is our opportunity to hear from the public. Commissioners are here to listen. We don't respond to comments that are made. You may speak on any subject. We just ask that you do not say anything that is discriminatory or harassing. And we also ask that you refrain from discussing any pending personnel matters. With that, I'm going to allocate 2 minutes per speaker. Our first speaker signed up here is Tyrone Carter. Is Tyrone in the room? Not seeing Tyrone. Our second speaker is Patrick Stebbin. Is Patrick here? Not seeing Patrick. Our next speaker is Yusra Murad. Yusra, if you'd come forward, say your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi everyone, my name is Yusra Murad. I've been here a couple of times to speak about the encampments. To be honest, I had zero intention of coming here today. I know that the encampments are now gone from the parks, and so it's not really a matter that really probably keeps you all up at night, at least professionally, although I'm sure it does still personally. I'm here because I've just been, thinking through how this summer went and the fall. And I know that in your earliest resolutions that this board indicated that the park board was never resourced or capable of managing a crisis of unsheltered homelessness, and I fully believe you. I know that the board also indicated it would need support from higher levels of government, and I believe you. And I think now that we are out of the parks, obviously you all know that people are still not housed. The crisis has gotten worse as the temperature has fallen. And we're dealing with hotels now, and we're dealing with those higher levels of government, and it's shameful. I mean, it actually makes me feel like this board was probably better equipped to manage this than anybody else was, because at the very least you're accessible, and I can email you, and I can text some of you and call you. And it's out there. I mean, with the county and the state and the city, we have no partners. We have nobody helping us out, and we have no support. I just came from a hotel in Bloomington. That's why I turned around on the highway and came here, because that hotel is all of the residents at Logan Park. And I'm sure that some of you probably met a lot of those folks, and they're at a hotel right now. Community dollars are not going to sustain them staying there. And so there's a group of community members sitting outside Marion Green's house right now begging the county to take some action and step in here. They were supposed to purchase that building, and they decided not to, and now what? Now there's nowhere to go. So people are going to be evicted from that hotel and all the other hotels where people are staying at, and they're going to go back to the parks and find it 35 degrees colder than when they left. So I'm here really not to say anything other than I'm just looking for some partnership or some help here, and I think there's an opportunity for this board to work with some of us on advocating for solutions at higher levels. Because I actually do think that you all are well positioned to say that you saw this firsthand, you looked it in the mouth, and maybe we can work together on those resources and that partnership that everybody else is not giving us. So you all have my email, I think. I can send you my number again, but. Yeah,
Yusra, if you'd like to leave your contact information with the secretary,
okay.
I will connect with you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Tyrone Carter. Tyrone, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 or 2 minutes to address the board. And I just ask, stay a little bit away from the mic so everybody can hear you. Not too far, but commissioners online may not be able to hear if you're too close.
Well, I'll be quick. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave my information right here, and I'm gonna try to keep my composure a little bit. But I'm right here to put on the records. Superintendent Al Bulgari, if I'm pronouncing that right, I'm sorry, I'm apologizing in advance if I mess up pronouncing the name. President Jonah and Brian Rice, right? So that's 3 guys, because I believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Let me tell you something. Jesus said, you can lie on me, you can kill me, I'll be back in 3 days. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all about 4, because I've been in the state of Minnesota at 17 years old, for the University of Minnesota for 4 years. Started as a freshman, coming from Florida. And I got drafted to the Vikings. So I got hard here. I got four kids here too. 4 kids, that's my baby right there. And the thing I want y'all to understand is nobody talk about the 4th when he returned. You can lie on me, you can kill me. When I'll be back. I never understood why my grandma sent me here. Now, while I'm here, I found out about parkboard. I've been here for 8 years. I told you I've been to the University of Minnesota for 4, Vikings for 4. Now let's talk about y'all 4 here in Minnesota. Minnesota Vikings been to 4 Super Bowls, lost all 4. University of Minnesota never had an African-American head coach in the football program. Now, you parkboard, I found out your budget is $111 million budget. Well, let me tell you my budget, this TC Elite Foundation, out of my own dime that God blessed me with, and I thank God for it. No funding, no government assistance, just a hard-earned money I work to help these kids that I was once one of those kids. This system told me 2 things gonna happen to me. Die or jail. But I'm sitting right in front of you right now. I'm willing to die to make sure these kids, oh my God, they don't pick their parents. They don't pick the community they raised up in. But we as parents supposed to be, and we as adults supposed to be, especially our community that's there for those kids. Now, like I told y'all already, and this is gonna be my last remark. I've been here for 8 years. 8 represent change. I don't wanna be combative with you guys. I wanna be an answer to the problem. I don't wanna come against you because I've been here 8 years and I saw y'all. When I mean I saw y'all, I recorded everything. Because I can't trust nobody. They could tell us we could do everything y'all tell us to do. And when we do that, we don't get that. And the embarrassment that Larry Fitzgerald, do y'all know him? Do you know the team he played for? Ain't that Arizona Cardinals? You guys got a part by the name of Fairview Cardinals, right? Correct? Is I'm by myself? Okay, I don't hear nobody say yes. Yes? Now you hear? Okay. Okay, let's tell this about it. You go to that park, you got a Cardinals goal with no goal on it. No net on it. And I've been to all y'all parks, just so you know. I go around, I travel nationwide. I done sent 3 kids from the state of Minnesota to Florida to my soil, IMG, $75,000 scholarship a year. And they guaranteed to put my kid in school in January. I had the first kid enrolled in college, Craig McDonald, look him up, because your state hurt that kid. He couldn't play his senior year. Thank God I had that kid in the 9th grade. He done been to 15 colleges. That's my baby, he 11. He been there too. When you look in here, you guys will be able to see it. Like I said, I don't wanna be combative. I wanna help, and I'm here to help. I'm not going nowhere, because I got 4 kids.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to hear me.
Could provide the card to the secretary that
Yes, they all,
contact that.
well, who I got?
If you just leave the
Leave them here?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, I got 3 cards, 3 things right here with my number on there.
Fantastic.
I go by my number, the email, I got so many, you can get me on that number, and y'all take care.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
President
Our next speaker is.
Can you ask the secretary to forward his number on to me?
I certainly will. It's noted. Yep. Thank you, Commissioner French. Our next speaker is Patrick Steffen. Is Patrick here? Not seeing Patrick. Oh, this is, come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
All right, sounds good. My name is Patrick Stebbings. I'm a youth and adult official, and I've been working here since I was 18. It's 5 years. I'm 23 years old now. So I just have a big issue with how the athletic administration has been, for the recreational sports for adults and youth, rec sports, has been temporarily laid off through 2021. As a kid, I grew up in this city and in this park system, and I found that youth sports saved my life. Playing football, playing basketball, playing baseball kept me out of the streets, kept me out of trouble. And I see as an adult referee that this pattern is continuing as we go into the future with our kids staying off the streets playing in youth sports. So for us to cut out the head of our youth sports by laying off our administrative people such as Anthony DeBella, I feel is completely ridiculous. They're an integral part of our community. They're a part of our family. And also, as you know, youth sports and adult rec sports are a huge source of income and revenue for our park board system. I don't believe that we should be able to or can lay off people who have done so much and mean so much to our community. It's also going to make it much more difficult for us to do our jobs and for kids to have a good time and a safe time to play sports. For example, whenever we have an issue in a sports game between an official and a coach, or if a kid has an issue or a parent has an issue, they can't go straight to the refs. They have to go up to administration. And if we have nobody at the top who can have our backs as an official.
I gotta check the dinner because it could be ready.
Wow, could everybody be?
What was that?
Continue, please, sir. Sorry.
Well, as I was saying, I believe it'll make our job 10 times harder to not have that backbone of support that we have with Anthony DeBella and the rest of the athletic administrators who help us do our jobs. Like Tyrone said, you have a budget and budget cuts may need to be made, but this is the complete wrong area where budget cuts need to be made. Not only are youth sports probably the most important part in the park board, in my opinion, but the budget cuts in this capacity are completely ridiculous. When we have people who put their livelihoods into this community and into these kids for their entire career, and they're just shut aside because of a COVID crisis or because we have budget restraints, it's completely ridiculous. What we need to do is figure out how we can put more resources into these youth sports and these rec sports for these kids, because we're all about the kids, and not try to cut out expenses just because we have little restraints because of COVID or whatever the reason is. It's a big trickle-down effect. In my opinion, it's going to affect the kids mostly, but it's also going to affect the officials, because now we have no advocates for us either to come up to the board when we have disputes, either with contract disputes, with field disputes, because we do have, as you know, plenty of fields that are not up to code or up to date, such as Farview Park, or not Farview Park, North Commons and Van Cleve Park. We have divots in fields. We have home plates that are completely unsafe to cross. We'll have a huge bump or hole right in the home plate where people are supposed to cross, and that's a huge issue for ankles. And as just an official, I'm not the person who's going to be able to come up and say, look, this is what's wrong with the park. We need those advocates in place for not only the kids and the safety of our communities, but for the officials.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Patrick, for your time. Appreciate it. Let's see here, next speaker, we're going to jump to the phones really quickly here, and I'm going to ask if Donna Nesty is on the line. Is Donna on the line?
Yes, they are online now.
Fantastic. Donna, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, Donna, if you want to state your name and your address, and then you have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll let you know when that's up.
Okay. My name is Donna Nesty, and my address is 2616 14th Avenue South, Minneapolis.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Donna.
Okay. I'd like to comment on the sanctuary people who are of the opinion that they're protecting the campers. And they're not to be confused with churches and people who are giving sanctuary to undocumented immigrants, or what some politicians call sanctuary cities. Their website states that their mission is to protect the homeless, but it does not reflect their actions. When we were pressuring the city of Minneapolis to remove an encampment from land they owned on our block, these people swooped in to quote unquote protect the campers and to protect, when they were moving them out, to protect a mentally ill camper by surrounding his tent for a week. And they did not allow him to be removed to a hotel room, which was waiting for him by outreach people who went and told him they had a room for him. How is that protecting him? He didn't leave until his uncle pulled up and was forceful with these young people about removing his nephew and packing up his stuff in his pickup truck. I would also suggest that there be some outreach to find out about these activists as to where they live. I get the strong sense that many of them are quote unquote woke, suburban, privileged white kids. In fact, when they were quote unquote protecting this mentally ill person, they were taking shifts. And one of them always pulled up in a BMW. I'm done.
Thank you very much for your comments, Donna. Our next speaker on the phone, thank you. Actually our last speaker here for open time is Katie Jones, who's on the phone. Is Katie on?
They are online now.
Fantastic, Katie. If you'd state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Katie Jones. Good evening, President Cogill and fellow commissioners. Again, my name is Katie Jones, and I live in the Wedge. I served on the Southwest Service Area Master Planning Community Advisory Committee, and I'm here to appeal to the mission that you serve regarding the last park needing neighborhood park master plan approval, which is the mall. So MPRB's mission is focused on preserving and providing natural space and recreation for the public. I applaud the city parks system for its drive to live up to that mission and its high earned rankings over the past few years. But as with anything else, there's always room to make things even better. And case in point is this 4-block stretch from Hennepin Avenue to the lagoon in Uptown, and this area is known as the mall. This fairly large park parcel in a dense neighborhood currently serves mostly as a pass-through for pedestrians and for cars along a 1-lane roadway that loops east to west through the park. It also currently provides what amounts to subsidized parking for private residents and businesses. The proposal brought to you by the CAC seeks to help you further your mission to provide natural space and recreation to the public by adding community garden space and further green space through the elimination of less than half of the existing one-way roadway. This dense high renter area also has need for neighborhood park space as well as community garden space, which I'll note, so living in this area as a renter in the past, I note where the community garden spaces are, and they're rare in this area. The closest one is actually in Whittier, which is 2 neighborhoods away from this park. The proposed design is a result of much of public engagement, talks with neighborhood organizations, walks and talks with neighborhood residents and property owners. And during the CAC process, ideas for this area included sports field and volleyball courts. But during the stakeholder process, we learned that that a greater share of stakeholders in this area valued natural space, in particular mature tree cover for this park. Thus, our proposal has a strong focus on that, while also making sure that popular community events such as the East Isle Farmers Market and Uptown Arts Festival can be accommodated. I do also want to note that there's pent-up demand for fields and volleyball in this area, so I hope those uses will be considered in the Cedar Isles master planning process, particularly for the lagoon area just across the street from the mall. In closing, I urge you to stand for the core of that office that you ran for, one that is having quality parks that serve park purposes. Please help make the mall a better park, one that provides enhanced natural and recreational opportunities for Minneapolitans, and adopt the CAC's proposed master plan design for the mall. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. That concludes our open time speakers for the evening. I'll note again that we have 2 time certain public hearings, one at 6 p.m. For the budget and the other at 6:45 p.m. for the Minnehaha Regional Trail Master Plan. With that, I will ask, I'll come back to the superintendent and his report and ask him to continue. We have about 8 more minutes before we need to recess the full board and go into administration and finance.
Thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. I'm going to go to my next encampment update. And so this will be the last brief update about park encampments. Next slide, please. Park staff continue to implement board directives from Resolution 2020-267, entered by the Park Commissioners in mid-July. As of this morning, there are 44 tents at the following 4 park sites: Franklin Steele, Minnehaha, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park, and the mall. Many people have left the park encampments on their own during the last 2 weeks in October due to the cold weather and snow, and people continue to leave to shelter spaces. Regular outreach and engagement at park encampments remain a priority. As I've shared before during the past updates to the board and through the recent video shared with commissioners and park employees, park staff have been doing amazing work, providing assistance in connecting unsheltered people with available shelter spaces. And I want to say amazing work by our community outreach staff who have been out there for the last over 2 to 3 months doing work within the encampments. And so great work by them. With that, I'm going to turn this over to our finance director, Julie Weissman, to provide an encampment financial update. Julie?
Good evening, President Cogill and Commissioners. I'm going to provide a financial update on encampments. Next slide, please. The first thing I wanted to take just a little bit of time and remind the board and the public on where our financial directions have been coming from this board. On May 20th, there was a resolution 2020-210 granting a temporary construction easement to the Minnesota Department of Transportation, and the direction by this board directing the use of all fees collected to support homeless services during COVID-19. On June 17th, resolution 2020-253 referenced that the park board, the MPRB will continue to provide all possible support under the leadership of the superintendent and within funding allocated by the board for homelessness services. And then on July 1st, when we brought resolution 2020-256, it was to increase the contract that we had for satellite restroom facilities. The board amended the resolution to include this language: be it further resolved that the Board of Commissioners directs staff to seek reimbursement for satellite restroom facilities being used in homeless encampments from the City of Minneapolis, Hennepin County, or the state of Minnesota. Next slide, please. So as of October 10th, 2020, we have incurred actual expenses for the services provided to the encampments. Based on Commissioner Bourne's request, I have modified this presentation to include the directives from the board. So the first column is the money that we are receiving from the state of Minnesota, the emergency response funds. You'll see that we have requested to this point $267,000, just a little over that amount. And we have expenses in each of these line items for qualifying expenses towards the ERF funds. We have expenses right now that exceed our revenues, but we will be submitting our final funding requests. They are due to the state of Minnesota by November 30th and can include estimates of expenses through December 31st. So the next column is the easement resolution. So the fees for that temporary easement is $94,800, and that has been directed and allocated for homeless services. The contractual services amount that has been applied against this easement amount is our contract with Mad Dads. We needed to provide additional security at the encampments. We contracted with Mad Dads. There is a $55,000 professional services agreement for Mad Dads. We have paid them $40,000, just a little over $40,000. This dollar amount does not qualify for Minnesota ERF funds. So we need to apply that against the authorization from the board. That leaves just under $55,000. So we will have to be watching this dollar amount and may need to come back to the board at a certain point to get authorization if we believe that the superintendent's authority needs to be extended. And then in the other column, we have some wages and fringe that again didn't qualify for the Minnesota ERF. This is police overtime. And again, it's something that is budgeted and is just assigned and allocated to calls at the encampments. And then that contractual services portion of this other is our legal expenses that we have incurred for the encampments since the beginning of the first encampments showing up in the parks. So that amount, again, legal services are approved by the board and are budgeted through our general fund budget. So we're just identifying those costs that are associated with encampment. So in total, we have incurred just over $400,000 of expenses for encampments, and we have revenues of approximately $360,000 to offset those expenses.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. I'm going to stop you there. Sounds like kind of a good time to stop anyway, and then we'll come back for additional presentation and questions. I'm going to recess the board and move into the Administration and Finance Committee due to the need for our time-certain public comment on the 2021 recommended budget. So I will turn it over to Chair Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. Time being 5:58, I'd like to convene the Administration and Finance Committee. With the Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Present. Can't hear me?
We heard
no.
you.
Just, you're faint. You're very faint.
I don't know.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
I'll take a motion to approve the minutes Wednesday, October 7th, 2020.
So moved.
Would the secretary please call the roll?
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. I am going to now open up then the public comment time for the budget. See now, we have right here 5, I think we have 13 speakers. So I'm going to limit the time of 1 minute to each speaker. So each speaker, if you'll address the board, please be respectful. And we will have then our administration to please admit the first speaker to our meeting, please. And excuse me, that will be people in person, which I believe is Shirley Hayer.
They are online now.
Oh, this is, okay.
Hello?
Please, Diane, feel free to give your name, address if you're comfortable, and please address the board. You've got 1 minute to share your thoughts.
Right now?
Please.
Okay. Hi, this is Shirley Heyer. I live at 2426 13th Avenue South. I want to talk about a little event that happened, a story about that happened in front of my house. I was out gardening. I sit in a walker, and I heard someone screaming, "Help me, help me, someone help me. I can't walk, I can't walk." And when I looked up, it was a young woman across the street. I raised my arm and that I had a phone, a cell phone. She was in extreme pain. She had to step down the 6-inch curb to get to me, and then leaned against the boulevard tree on my sidewalk. For an hour, I called 911 asking for an ambulance and the squad. Every 10 minutes we called. I called. One time I had to have someone else call because she needed to be comforted. She had a twisted right leg, an unusable left arm. She was jumped from the back. She had no purse, no money. She says they took everything. She said, "I want to go home. I want to go to my mommy. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to the hospital. I want to go to my mommy." The officer, when he did arrive, asked her, "Where did you live, hon? How did you get here?" She says, "I live in southeast Minneapolis." We took a bus with my friend, and my friend and I got separated here at the encampment, and I can't find her. In those last 20 minutes or so, her spirit was going away, and she said, "I want to die," and then suicide.
Shirley, thank you for sharing this story, but we need to limit your time. So if you could wrap it up, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, what I want to ask, too many people are calling these encampments sanctuaries. They are not sanctuaries, in the park, which should definitely never, ever have any again or sell any land of its own. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next person is Donna Nesty. Donna, if you're available, you have 1 minute. Please address the board, and if you're comfortable, please share your name and your address.
Yeah, hello. I'm on, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a few comments on the budget. Do I have to give my name and address?
No, you do not, only if you're comfortable.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm so grateful that Superintendent and Gloria is making the youth programs a priority, because I feel like the youth of our city are our greatest asset, and they have extremely hard challenges ahead of them, like, for instance, climate change. We absolutely have to develop their talents and physical and mental well-being if they are to have any kind of a future. I also believe that our city and our park board are throwing the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to cutting funding for our police forces. A good example of this is the exponential rise in crime since the decrease of police funding and police on the streets. And the encampments that the park board has been forced to deal with is a good example. On my street, there was an encampment, and a few blocks away, and now on the Greenway. All those three encampments that I know of, there was just an invasion of crime.
Could you wrap up your comments, please, Donna? Please wrap them up.
Pardon me?
Can you wrap up your comments? We have several.
Yes, one more sentence.
Okay.
So we need to work hard and intentionally rid our law enforcement of racism. But alongside of that, we need to bring under control the crime, or nothing will be able. We won't be able to do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Our next call-in speaker is Courtney Sanders. Courtney, if you're on the line, we are able only to do 1 minute. If you can share with us, with the board, your name, address if you're comfortable, you have 1 minute.
Chair Forney, this is the administrator. We do not have any further callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to move on to those people who are a person, my understanding is, and the first person is Mike Hogan. Mike, are you there? Mike, if you could.
Chair Forney, I think you may have the wrong list. It should be Diane Hofstad and then Tony Hofstad.
And that's it? Okay, I'm so sorry. I saw the budget public comment. So anyway, yes, so Diane, if you're there, please, if you could come to the microphone. Don't get too close though, otherwise it will be difficult for us to hear. Appreciate your name and your address if you're comfortable.
Sure. Hi, I'm Diane Hofstad. Good evening, President Kogel, Chair Forney, members of the board, superintendent, and staff members, and of course, our public. I'm Diane Hofstad, a lifelong park user, former Minneapolis City Council member, and grateful for your time and service. Tonight, as you discuss the 2021 park budget, I ask all of you to support the mission of the Minneapolis parks and ask you to give priority to the need for city parks as places where humans and nature can rejuvenate and enjoy our natural environment, space, and quiet. Support the third greatest river in the world, the mighty Mississippi, and help keep it clean and safe. I ask you to focus your attention and direct the superintendent and staff to support our parks for humans and nature in the safety that we have grown accustomed. I ask you to support public safety as another top priority. And I want to thank you all for your choice in public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And then my understanding is that Tony Hofstad is also there. Tony, if you'd like to approach the microphone, don't get too close. No, please keep your mask on. I apologize. Out of protection for those who are in our headquarters. Don't get too close to the microphone, otherwise we won't be able to hear you properly. Anyway, your name and address if you're comfortable.
Tony Hofstad, 610 Ramsey Street Northeast. Again, President Cowhill, Meg Forney, Commissioner, and also other commissioners. I want to support what Diane has said. First of all, we greatly appreciate all the work that you have done. We're looking forward to the initiative for more public safety that we find extremely important, in addition to our native and our natural areas and our riverfront. So those are the things I wish to emphasize and again support Diane, what she has said. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Tony, for your comments. And it was my misunderstanding that we have emails coming from people. And so the secretary will please read. We have 7 different emails coming forward.
Chair Forney, you can read, probably the first name on your list is Michael Hogan.
Okay, we'll get this straight. Anyway, Mike Hogan is the first email to be read.
I would like to submit this comment on the recommended 2021 budget. As a parent, I appreciate the MPRB's focus on the most important priority, the youth of the city. However, this past summer's actions did not fall in line with that focus. As the board is well aware, several $1,000s per week were spent on the Powderhorn Park encampment early in the summer and then throughout the park system later in the summer to assist homeless people camping there. All these expenditures yielded no long-term solutions to the issues facing these folks and in many cases exacerbated those problems. For example, youth were raped at Powderhorn encampment over the summer on more than one occasion. See juvenile sexual assault at Powderhorn Park homeless encampment, Star Tribune, June 27, 2020. The open-air drug markets and the lax enforcement pulled people into many encampments. And as I write this on an icy October day, there are still people sleeping outdoors.
Thank you. And our next email is from Simone French.
Please find attached feedback that I would like to submit for consideration. Unfortunately, the item that was attached is not in my packet, so we will make sure commissioners receive that.
Is that it? Okay. Joan Sevely, email.
Humbly, I ask that you make do with the money you have been allocated and not ask for more. Our household has been hit by the pandemic and we can't take more of the load on our shoulders. Please adjust accordingly with the following priorities. Youth programming and activities. What you did closing basketball hoops off was unconscionable last spring, plus it cost dollars. No homeless camping in the parks. The state has to find another way to solve the homeless problem. The parks no longer felt public or safe with folks camping there. I understand it was an emergency situation, not again. The parks can't be transformed into Hoovervilles with citizens in lockdown and no place to go to relieve their very real stress of the pandemic. Our public money paid for the parks, we should be able to use them. Youth sports programs. It is terrible after about 3rd grade and always has been. Please look at how the suburbs set up the sports programming.
Thank you. Our next email is a property owner for 45 years.
The proposed budget mentioned addressing revenue loss due to the COVID-19. Property owners have lost their own loss due to the COVID-19. You can't dump your problems on property owners. You should freeze the budget and actually reduce costs for property owners. It is disgusting that you have property owners pay for homeless camps in the parks, and it should be the county that pays for that.
Thank you. Our next email is from Ryan Johnson.
Commissioner or Chair Forney, I have one from Patrick Jackson, but not from Ryan Johnson.
Okay. I just have Patrick, so please read that. Thank you.
My name is Patrick Jackson. I am a 30-year-old resident of Minneapolis. I have participated in Minneapolis Park Board adult sports since 1993. My 12-year-old daughter has participated in Minneapolis Park Board sports for the last 7 years. I have served on a CAC. I have served as a coach. It has come to my attention that there was an announcement of staff furlough of 5 of the 7 individuals who run MPRB adult and youth recreation on a daily basis. My understanding is that this was a surprise and targeted furlough when few, if any, other furloughs have taken place. I also understand that adult and youth recreation are continuing and frankly must continue to keep us sane during COVID, and that brings on particular challenges that are best handled by full and experienced staff, not a shirt-tail staff on triple duty. I recently saw the proposed MPRB budget looking very similar to past years. Gutting the adult and youth recreation daily leadership seems penny-wise.
I have one more email, and that's from Paul Kramer.
Commissioner Forney, I think those two were moved into open time. They were determined not to be part of the budget comments.
Thank you. Then if I'm hearing you correctly, I will close then our public comment period, and then I am going to recess the board, the committee, the Admin and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I will bring us back to the regular meeting of the Park Board. We were, I think, at the tail end of Director Wiseman's report regarding finances around the encampments this summer. And I see that Commissioner Bourne has his hand raised, and I will call on him now if it is pertaining to this.
President Cogill, I'd like to hear the rest of Director Wiseman's presentation before I answer my question, but it is pertaining to this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Director Wiseman, do you have additional context to give?
President Cogill, I do not have additional context. This was the end of my presentation.
Thank you, President Cogill. That made that pretty easy. Thank you, Director Wiseman. First, thank you, Director Wiseman, for providing the information in this format. It's incredibly helpful. I am seeing that we have 54,000 available out of our original easement. The Mad Dad's contract seems higher than I remember, but I would imagine maybe service costs went up for that. But with having 54,000 left, I mean, one of the things that this board has talked about in virtually every resolution that we've passed and members of the community have mentioned time and time again is that we are not geared for this work, and we have we came up with a plan, and staff worked very diligently and very hard to do the best they could for things that were outside of their wheelhouse. I'm looking at this remaining 54,000, and I'm wondering if it makes sense to invest that in an organization where that work is in their wheelhouse. That could be a transfer back to the county for hotel rooms. It could be a transfer to people serving people. Alternatively, I think this board would be naive to think that we aren't going to be dealing with the exact same situation next summer. And encampments will, I think we'd be naive to think that this problem is just going away because it's becoming invisible with the weather again. And maybe we should bring on some resources and invest some time into a management plan. So if and more than likely when encampments do start coming, we have some front end resources invested in knowing and already having some communication set up and already having some referral resources set up and just some general plans. There were some encampments that were ran about as ideally in a very dystopian environment as you could, and then there were some that were not, and maybe we can look to some of those community leaders that really displayed some commendable leadership with some of the encampments, and look to see if we can maybe look towards their assistance since we have some resources that are left over. But it would be a shame to see this being allocated towards general operating, since that was not the will of the board, and we were very clear on that resolution. Thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. And I'd just like to say, since this has been brought up now, we certainly will be facing more on-house folks next year, as in past years, many past years from just this last summer. And I would certainly, I have been having conversations with certain commissioners, and I would like to continue to have those conversations to figure out what our approach is next year, and work in collaboration to do our work in a way that is going to best build on the skills that we do have and treat anybody who is in our parks with dignity and with the goal of getting them into housing. With that, I'll ask the superintendent if he has any additional report in his report of officers.
President Cogill and Commissioners, I do not.
All right, very good. I would like to pause here, though, and remind and mention the issue of police exercise at Sheridan Park, which occurred the other day and which Commissioner Bourne has brought up to be on the agenda. I'll first say on this issue, I was not aware of it upon finding out via social media and other folks contacting me. I did connect with the superintendent, who indicated that he too was not aware that this was going on allegedly at Sheridan Park. I saw some photos, but I just wanted to pause here and have the superintendent provide any info that he has or the chief has regarding any information on that.
Thank you, President Cogill. And we did become aware of it through, again, I think President Cogill, you reached out. I did reach out to Chief Ojado. Chief Ojado was not aware of it also. I then also reached out to Council Rice, specifically around any questions that were had about the operations being down at the Sheridan area. But I don't have anything beyond what I know and what I don't know. And what I did know is that it was happening in that particular park. And Council Rice, I know that you and I had a conversation, but I wanted just to get your input on what we discussed. And if you could give the board or President Cogill and the board some of the information that we talked about.
Mr. President.
Council, please.
Yes, I became aware of this yesterday morning. Superintendent Bangora called me up. I reviewed the board's code of ordinances to see if there would have been any requirement for a permit to be pulled by the city for this, and I can't find anything where there was a violation of our code of ordinances. I guess in my experience, this is the first time I've something like this has been called to my attention, but that doesn't mean that the MPD hasn't used our parks for other either training or other activities. I remember years and years ago when I was a child going to school at a grade school, across from near the grade school, there was a park area and the police would do their exercises and boot camps there, but I don't know, this was going back to the 60s. I don't know if there's ever been anything that's required if our permitting section has looked at it. I've not had a chance to, given all that's happened in the last 24 hours with the election and everything, I haven't had a chance to follow up with our permitting section to see if they would have a different view of it, but I haven't found anything in our ordinances that would prohibit this.
Thank you, Council Rice. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. My understanding of our permitting process is whenever there is an entity that is looking to temporarily take areas of our park space out of the public realm, they do require some sort of permit, and I'm assuming that, I mean, from the photos that I saw of enforcement agent after enforcement agent standing breast to breast and horse hip to horse hip, if I wanted to run through that line, I think it would have pretty quickly been stopped, and there was a good amount of space taken out of the public realm. So it would be good to look at that through that lens. I'm not entirely sure that I have reservations with the action in and of itself. I do have some significant reservations that Superintendent and Chief Ohato, that you were not informed. I think using one of our parks as a mustering site, and the president not being aware either, I think we are entitled to a phone call from, there was not a state of emergency declared yesterday that I was aware of. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think that there was a state of emergency that I don't see how our independent organization and the steward of the parks could have been overlooked for such a massive mustering. And that I think brings up at several other public open meetings, we have talked about law enforcement and their potential role in the development of the Powderhorn Park encampments. We've had that conversation in several public meetings and hoping to have just an accounting of the events leading up to that. I would like an accounting of the events to where a law enforcement agency took it upon themselves to take part of our park system out of the public realm without a state of emergency declared. And President Cogill, I would hope that somebody from MPD, maybe somebody from the mayor's office, could attend our next board meeting if you would extend that invitation. I know we've been talking about having a report for months and months and months and months in open public meetings. So President Cogill, could I ask you to invite the mayor or somebody from MPD to our next board meeting and just give us an account on both the development of the encampment at Powderhorn Park and the decision to use one of our parks as a mustering space for what looked to be a paramilitary force?
You certainly may, Commissioner.
Then that question is asked, President Cogill. Could I have a response now, or do you need some time to think about it if you want to report?
What are you asking, Commissioner Warren?
I'm asking if you will extend an invitation to the mayor and to staff at MPD to attend our next board meeting and give us an account of why we were not informed of the mustering at Sheridan Park, and to finally get some answers around the what role MPD may or may not had with the development of the encampment at Powderhorn Park. Will you invite the mayor and more, I'm assuming the chief, to our next board meeting?
Certainly, Commissioner Bourne. I will work with staff. I know staff has already been doing some work on the first question that Commissioner French has brought up, and we will work on addressing this and making sure that we have full and complete answers that are presented at the next board meeting. Are there any other questions from commissioners? Seeing none, my understanding is that our Director of Finance does have an additional report regarding COVID finance impacts. Is that correct, Director Wiseman?
That is correct. If you feel that we don't need to do that right now, we can wait until the 18th.
No, I would like you to go ahead. We have about 10 minutes or so for you to
Perfect.
provide that update. Thank you.
Yep. So I'm going to provide a financial update. If you could advance, oh, it's coming up still. For our COVID update for 2020, I'll start again with the general fund. And before we get into the information of the financial update, I just want to remind the board that we began having these conversations back in March when COVID first became a significant impact to our system. And this board approved the budget framework, the response to financial impacts of the coronavirus pandemic on April 22nd. The budget framework provided a staged approach to address the revenue losses due to the pandemic and the associated economic impacts as well. At the point we put in place the budget frameworks and we began to bring forward resolutions to the board, it was very unclear whether any federal funding would become available or when that funding might become available for local governments. So just as a reminder, we immediately implemented a hiring freeze, a spending freeze, a training and travel freeze. We brought forward resolutions to the board to cancel or delay internal loan repayments and transfers. And we identified some excess O&M lottery proceeds to bring into the general fund to help provide support for regional park maintenance. We also offered budgetary leave for employees, and we began negotiating with our unions regarding wage freezes. And this board has approved wage freeze resolutions as well as furlough resolutions. So as we get into the general fund projections, we have a reflection of all of these items, as well as an introduction of federal CARES Act funding that has become available to us. So in revenues, we are showing our property taxes collection at 65.6 million. One thing to just be mindful of is we will not receive our second half payments from Hennepin County until December. So we really won't know until December what the impact of collections will be on property taxes. I have increased the local government aid line item to the budgeted dollar amount. I did that because the legislative session has closed and there were no reductions to LGA recommended by the state in 2020. I will note, however, that the next state forecast is due in December, and Governor Walz will need to address any deficits in the state budget. In previous recessions, this was the time frame when Governor Pawlenty reduced our December LGA payments, or reduced LGA payments to local governments. So we will be watching the December forecast and the governor's actions very closely in December. Before you tonight is Resolution 2020-326. This will accept and approve the subrecipient agreement between the Park Board and the City of Minneapolis to receive up to $2 million in the city's allotment of Federal CARES Act dollars. So for the general fund, we're reflecting about $1.7 million coming into the general fund. The other $250,000 is reflected in the enterprise fund. So in this projection, I am also including, you'll see that we brought the O&M lottery proceeds into the general fund. They're listed in the actual column. For the projected year end, I am showing that zeroed out as we have received CARES Act money. So in December, if our property tax collections come in, if we do not get a local government aid cut, there's a potential that I will be bringing forward a resolution requesting for this board to return those lottery proceeds and to reinstate on the expenditure side the deferred internal loan payments and transfers. So at this point, with this current projection, we are estimating that we will have a balanced budget in 2020 with a surplus of almost $900,000. Next slide, please. And again, we have available fund balance of 4.7 million with a projection of a fund balance of 5.6 million. In the enterprise fund, we have our golf operations, again, having a historic season, and we are projecting that we will have a net profit or a net income of just over $1 million. And you can see rounds are up 34%. Next slide. In our other areas of operations, our concessions area will experience a profit, although it's a lower profit than what we had budgeted. Parking is estimated to have a profit of 1.2 million, and then the other areas are projected to have slight net losses. So for enterprise operations, we expect, next slide, please. We expect to have a net income overall in operations of 2.1 million, which will cover the expenditures that we have incurred for our improvements, our MRF payments, and our debt service. And we would have approximately $800,000 that gets that's remaining at the end of the year and would be returned, would increase our fund balance at the end of the year. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. I'm not seeing any other hands raised or questions from commissioners. Very much appreciate the update. Moving on in the agenda, I'll ask for a motion on our consent items, resolutions 2020-321 through 2020-328. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion, is there a second? A motion and a second on the consent agenda items. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the consent agenda.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The consent agenda carries. Moving on, we have unfinished business. The first item that Commissioner Forney added to the agenda, which is taking from the table the mall portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. Do I have a motion on taking that item from the table?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Item has been taken from the table. Commissioner Bourne, I see you have your hand raised.
Thank you, President Cogill. I just, when the proper time comes for this resolution to come before the board, and when that transparent time comes where the public has the opportunity to weigh in, I would certainly encourage unanimous support for that. I do have a challenge with the weigh-in manner it was brought forward this evening, and again being moved by Commissioner Forney with no notice, who also in the openings of this meeting had also admitted and apologized for breaking open meeting law. I think that this board does have a duty to transparency, and I'm just not seeing that. And I'll echo the words of the first district commissioner and paraphrase those when he chaired the committee that this came forward, that he had appreciated when folks were bringing things forward to provide some sort of notice. And there was just ample, I would imagine there was ample opportunity to bring this forward. The board talked about bringing it forward again at a future meeting. President Cogill, it's in your district. You had every opportunity to, if you knew that you had wanted this to come forward, it could have been released on the agenda Friday. Commissioner Forney, you were one of the main folks that wanted to have this question divided in the first place. If you had a change of heart, that could have been brought forward. I mean, I just think that the public, again, when this is brought forward in a transparent manner, I would encourage folks to pass it unanimously. But I do think that the public is entitled to a little bit of transparency from this board at times, and it doesn't feel like we are meeting that promise to the public. Thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I'll just remind the commissioner from the 6th District that it was his idea to wait until we had Commissioner Severson at the meeting to discuss this item. Commissioner Severson is at this meeting, and he said that at the last public meeting, which was the intent here. I'll call here on Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. You actually just said what I was going to ask. Was my recollection of the tabling of this item was to table it until the next meeting, at which Commissioner Severson will be in attendance and will be able to hopefully break a tie vote. So while I do appreciate transparency, I think we are abiding by what we had communicated to the public we would do, which is bring this back up for consideration at such a time that we had 9 members of the board in attendance at a meeting, which we do have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. I was the one who started all of this with my comments about how I viewed, first of all, Victory Memorial, and then, went on to comment about Kings Highway, and then alluding, of course, to the mall, that I felt that these iconic promenades should be retained. Since this was all brought up, particularly, at the last meeting and everything, I have been reaching out and trying to understand exactly how the CAC navigated through this particular issue. And probably the best thing that
Commissioner or President Cogill, I think we're just discussing whether or not to take this from the table, not the merits of the issue itself.
I think we're talking about the resolution.
Commissioner Bourne, I'm going to allow Commissioner Forney to finish her comments.
Thank you. Was talking in our historian, David Smith, when he indicated that, I believe it was in 1981, when the plaza was put in at the eastern end of the mall. And therefore, it really has, shall I say, breached that continuing the promenade as I was trying to advocate for. So I felt that his words resonated with me. Like I say, I've talked with CAC members, and that's why I've come to the conclusion that although I think it's appropriate at the Kings Highway, that the mall is not where it should be. And I just really want to compliment the CAC as far as their other things that they were trying to resolve. And then I think lastly, I need you to understand is that I was not aware that the way that the framing of the dividing of the question, et cetera, has really left the mall completely out of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. So I, number one, feel that the work that the CAC members did is what I want to support. And I particularly appreciate that they have commented that further continuation, collaboration, I believe was the word, with the city to deal with, to address parking needs in that area I applaud them for it and hope that we can move forward with it. So that is why I would like to leave the mall as it was proposed in the Southwest Area Service Area Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Bourne. Yeah.
Thank you, President Cogill.
Sorry, Commissioner Bourne, I may stop you there. I apologize. It is 6:45, and we have a time certain item which I think you were going to tell me about. We will recess the board, the regular meeting of the board, and move into the Planning Committee. Chair Meyer.
Thank you. The time being 6:46 p.m. I call to order the Planning Committee. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye. Present. I'm sorry.
Commissioner French.
Aye. Here.
President Cogill.
Here.
Vice Chair Forney.
Here.
Chair Meyer.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye. Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, October 7th, 2020?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. We'll now hear a presentation from Director Albertson with updates on the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan. Director Albertson, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Meyer, Planning Committee. I think also I just want to make sure we do have a guest that will be also interested in speaking tonight. I believe he might be in the waiting room looking to get into the meeting for his curtain call. So if Jim Tincher can for sure be allowed into the meeting for this, that would be fantastic. Commissioners, my name is Adam Arvidsson. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning. Tonight, I bring before you the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan. This is a project that was underway for approximately 2 years, and it's an effort to plan all of the parklands associated with Minnehaha Creek within the city of Minneapolis. Next slide, please. So I'm going to provide a very brief presentation, actually with some co-presenters, to talk first a little bit about the plan overview and the planning process. We're going to give a brief community engagement summary from our CAC chair, Jim Tincher. We will do a review of the public comment period. and then pass it back to you for the public hearing. As is typically the case, we're not going to do a comprehensive point-by-point overview of the plan itself. That information was already provided in a previous presentation. Instead, we're going to provide context around the community engagement that happened during the public comment period. Next slide, please. So the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail is a regional park, and we are developing a master plan as required by the Metropolitan Council requirements. So the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail is all the parkland along Minnehaha Creek from the western city limits all the way to Minnehaha Regional Park. This does include the portion of parkland that does not have any parkway roads or trails currently existing, that area west of Lyndhurst Park. The idea here is to set a vision and priorities for future improvements and management over the next 20 to 30 years. This plan was created in collaboration between the Park Board, the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, and the City of Minneapolis, working in a 3-agency partnership. The intent is that if adopted, this plan will guide the activities of all 3 agencies within the creek corridor, making sure that we can have cohesion between stormwater efforts and other water quality improvements, as well as recreational needs in the corridor. Next slide, please. This is a view of the project scope. The dark green areas is the Minnehaha Creek Regional Trail area. You'll notice that it has kind of an unusual geography, including being split between its segments 3 and 4 by Nokomis-Hiawatha Regional Park. Next slide, please. For the purposes of planning and for the purposes of the discussion tonight, you may hear from the public, you may read in the comments, and you also may hear us refer to the various segments of the master plan. This is a long and skinny park, and so we've divided it into 4 segments that you can see on the map here. Segment 1 is the westernmost portion of the park. Segment 2 runs from Lyndhurst Park to Interstate 35W. Segment 3 from 35W to Nokomis-Hiawatha Regional Park. And then segment 4 is that eastern portion, unique in the corridor where the trails actually are split from the Parkway Road. You can see that unusual geography there in segment 4. Next slide, please. When the Minnehaha Creek project was going on, there were a variety of other planning efforts going on at the same time, many of which were integrated with this project, and we did concurrent engagement. The most prominent of these was the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, which was largely adopted 2 weeks ago. In addition, there was a flood study going on for Southwest Harriet that the city was leading, and we were participating in that at the same time. There are previous master plans for Nokomis-Hiawatha Regional Park and for Minnehaha Regional Park. And in addition, the re-envisioning of the Hiawatha Golf Course was taking place at the same time. So there was a lot happening across South Minneapolis during this, and we tried to consolidate community engagement whenever possible in order to ensure that the public could engage with all the projects at once without additional meetings on their schedules. Next slide, please. Our planning process unfolded over approximately 2 years. From April of 2017, through 2020. This is actually the first step. If adopted, we will immediately move into about $1.25 million worth of implementation projects coming out of the master plan. The project is entirely funded by Metropolitan Council dollars through the regional trail system. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do now is turn the presentation over to Jim Tincher if he is on the call and in the room. Jim was the CAC chair for the project and guided us with a steady hand through some fairly contentious meetings and robust discussions. And so I'd like to have Jim say a few words about the CAC process. Jim, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate you bringing me up here. Yeah, it was really enjoyed working with Adam as well as the rest of the team. Few of the things that I thought were phenomenal. First of all, is the amount of partnership with the city and the watershed district. Something I've been told, I don't know myself, has not historically been the case, but they worked together very well, coordinated, and we went to joint events together. I really thought it was made a lot more powerful by the partnership with those other governmental agencies and really opened up the vision to what could be done. So I thought that was fantastic. As you can see on the slide here, we spent hours and hours and hours on feedback. The CAC, you can see, had 12 meetings and 2 subcommittee meetings, as well as many of the members went to a number of different events. And what blew me away very positively is that even with a pause in the middle and an 18-month commitment, the majority of the CAC members stayed to the end, which really speaks to what I think they saw as a vision for what the Parkway could be. And as a result of this process, there are a lot of very visionary parts in here. If I had to give any feedback to the organization, Adam, I talked a bit about this, being this is a regional park, the feedback was heavily weighted for those right there. The reason I was recommended, Lene Palmisano recommended me to Brad Bourne to chair this CAC, was because I'd led some efforts in the segment 1 to get community feedback about what could happen in the park. And one of the limitations, perhaps, the feedback is that we had people who generally lived within a couple of blocks of the creek, giving the majority of the feedback, often quite loud, shouting down people who might have come from other parts of the city. And I can tell you myself, I actually, just as we started this process, moved to the north side. And it actually allowed me to think a little bit more broadly about what could happen in the future. And that's something I understand has already been done somewhat, but I recommend you get broader participation in the feedback. It was generally the loudest voices tend to be within a block or 2 of the park. That said, I thought there were some very good elements put in here. I just think we could have gotten more visionary, a little bit more support from the elected members, as well as more feedback from out of it. About halfway through, I talked to Adam about the Barcelona super blocks, which I thought was somewhat equivalent about taking away some of the driving. And all the residents in that area hated the idea when it was first introduced, fought against it, protested against it, and then 5 years later, recommended it be done even more expansively. I think we're going to find the same thing here by really thinking through what the park should be, not a commuter parkway, but instead a place where people can come from outside of there and enjoy the natural landscape. I thought that was a fantastic outcome. And so even though I think we could have gone farther, I really like where we came up with. There was a lot of compromises involved, a lot of community involvement, but really came out with a solid plan that's going to benefit this area from the access, which is what I was most interested in, getting access to people from all over, helping it environmentally and helping it with sustainability. So I cannot say enough positive words for Adam, who had to put up with shouting, personal insults, a lot of unnecessary things, but just took it and moved on to make sure we got to a great outcome. So thank you, Adam, for including me, and thank you for your leadership in this work.
Certainly. Thank you, Jim, for your, as I said before, your steady hand throughout all of it. I appreciate your time tonight as well. Next slide, please. I am now going to turn it over to another member of our team who has not presented before the board before, even though she's a pretty integral member of the planning studio. Madeline Hudak is a GIS technician in the planning studio. She was my right-hand person throughout the entire Creek project, attended every single meeting, took some of the same slings and barbs that Jim was talking about. Madeline started with us as a research assistant in the summer doing park counts, and then was able to successfully compete for a full-time position and has been with us for several years now. So I'm pleased to introduce Madeline Hudak to you. I know some of you do know her, but this is her first opportunity to present before you. I'm going to allow her to talk about the public comment period that was recently completed. Madeline, go ahead.
Thank you, Adam. So as Adam mentioned, I'll be reviewing the public comment period portion. The public comment period ran from June 19th to August 17th. Next slide, please. Over the course of the public comment period, we received 206 responses via online survey and email. Next slide, please. Following the closure of the public comment period, staff went through a process of tabulating the responses. Each of those responses was read and divided into various comments as applicable, and then those comments were grouped into themes, and each of those themes was assigned a category based on how it would impact the master plan. Next slide, please. So this is an illustration of the tabulation process. There are 2 commenters here, each with 3 comments. Next slide, please. And then this is how those comments would then be divided into the various themes that were developed. Next slide, please. So the theme impacts fall into 4 categories. The no impact themes, which would generally be support for the plan, would refer to detailed design, implementation, or are outside the scope of this project. Low impact themes, which are things that could be modified without changing a CAC recommendation, so things like spelling or grammar. And then high impact themes, which would fundamentally change the plan, and those would also require additional community engagement. And then there are moderate impact themes, which would require a CAC recommendation change. The moderate impact themes had plan amendments drafted that were provided to all of you. Next slide, please. So of the 206 responses submitted during the public comment period, we had 372 individual comments that then were created. And those comments generated 132 total themes. And of those themes, 6 led to plan modifications. 66 of them were no impact themes, and 33 of them were themes that were supportive of the plan in some way. Next slide, please. So the 3 items for discussion this evening are the Parkway Road, the addition of nature play in the Penn Newton Morgan focus area, and then the addition of dedicated pickleball courts in segment 3. Next slide, please. The Parkway Road has no new changes that have been made to it since the public comment period. During the public comment period, the comments that were received were generally either supportive of the plan as it related to the Parkway Road, or they opposed the Parkway Road and the plan's focus on vehicles. Next slide, please. This image is of a page from the draft document that shows the changes that were included in the draft plan and also what is being brought forward to you this evening. Next slide, please. So the addition of nature play is the next item for discussion here. And it would be within the Penn Newton Morgan focus area. This particular item is an idea that was brought forward during the public comment period and is an example of how one comment can result in a change. Staff review and investigate the feasibility of all the ideas that I brought forward during the comment period. And we felt this one was a good fit for a couple of reasons. One, it fills a play area gap within the service area, and another is that it aligns with some of the guiding principles in the document, which include recommendations around recreation activities and grouping active recreational features into activity nodes. Amendment P has been included as a potential amendment should you all desire to preserve this area without nature play. Next slide, please. This slide shows generally where the Penn Newton Morgan focus area is within segment 1. Next slide, please. And this is the more detailed plan for the focus area and highlights generally where the nature play would be located. The specific location would be determined upon implementation. Next slide, please. The other big change that resulted from the comment period is the addition of dedicated pickleball courts within segment 3, which would replace 2 existing tennis courts. Adding these dedicated pickleball courts would be a way to include this amenity within South Minneapolis, where there are other park master plans in the area that keep tennis. Some of those parks include Pearl, McRae, Lake Hiawatha, and Lake Nokomis. Adding these courts also honors the active older adults programming priority that has been developed through the RecQuest project. And since pickleball courts are smaller than tennis courts, it will increase the service level from 2 tennis to 4 pickleball courts within the same general area. And it also responds to a need that's been expressed throughout the system for including dedicated pickleball courts, and would be, again, a way to have that amenity added within the South Minneapolis part of the city. There are also tennis courts that are preserved as part of this project within segments 1 and 4. And next slide, please. This map shows generally where segment 3 is located and then generally where those courts would be. Next slide, please. And this is a more detailed showing of segment 3 and where those courts would be located. Next slide, please. So that concludes the presentation, and now I'll turn it back to Chair Meyer to open the public hearing.
Thank you. I understand we have 6 people waiting to call in and 3 in person. So I'm going to start with the 6 who are calling in, and then we'll move to those who are there in person. And I'm going to give each person 2 minutes to speak. So first on our call-in list, we have Evan Northman. Do we have Evan Northman in the waiting room?
Yes, they are on now.
All right, Evan, if you can hear us, please let us know your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Oh, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. This is Evan. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thank you all for the work that you're doing to make our community a more livable and healthy place. So I want to comment about increasing the number of pickleball dedicated courts in the master plan. So I really appreciate the addition that that Madeline showed earlier. So, I mean, just a few kind of quick things about pickleball. So there's been a 650% increase in the number of players over a 6-year period, according to the USA Pickleball Association. I think one of the really cool things about pickleball is that it's accessible to all ages, body types, and has a really broad appeal to many types of people. So, you know, you mentioned that that older adults were really asking for it. I would not consider myself to be an older adult, and I think what's really awesome is that it fosters intergenerational play and activity, which is obviously a really difficult thing to find, especially in physical stuff. I think it's a naturally community building activity. Most people that play pickup are going and playing pickup, meeting people there. It's also, I've seen a lot of interracial groups playing, people of all different stripes and colors, which I don't see that in many different places. Obviously, there's a low cost barrier to entry, you know, very inexpensive with just a ball and a paddle. And then as we've seen too, this is, you know, one of the few kind of COVID safe activities. And I think by, you know, not having pickleball dedicated facilities, the Parks Board is losing out on potential revenue from leagues and from tournaments and other playing opportunities to the suburbs that have superior facilities. So I'm really excited to see the inclusion of this in the Minnehaha master plan, and would hope to see even more. But that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Evan. Next up, we have Al Geeson. Do we have Al on the line?
Yes, they are online now.
All right. Thank you, Al. Tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, it's Al Geeson, 45 East Minnehaha Parkway. Thank you, Mr. President. I am speaking on behalf of Preserve the Parkway, a group that opposed changing access to and use by cars of the Parkway roads in segments 2 and 3 as they exist today. Adam assured us from the beginning of the CAC process that he, staff, and the CAC would listen to community feedback. A variety of changes to the roads were proposed, and we are grateful that we were heard and that the CAC recommended continuous roads in both directions and to keep open the lower road under Nicollet. People who want and need the Parkway roads to remain the same vastly outnumbered those who supported those changes that were proposed, as evidenced by those who spoke at meetings and also your own Park Board surveys. Preserve the Parkway represented residents who live on the Parkway, those who live nearby, and people living a distance away. Our email list and Facebook group totaled more than 500, and we had 500 to 600 yard signs out in a very short period of time. We were supported by many, many more people than that even. Maintaining this status quo was important to residents and nearby residents to freely access their homes and local businesses. To those not able to enjoy the Parkway by means other than a car. To those in the metro area but living a great distance away. To people touring the city, some considering moving here. And also, yes, to residents and nearby residents at the ends of their commutes to wind down with a beautiful drive at the end of a stressful day. We ask that you respect the CAC process and not change their final recommendation regarding the use of the road system. Appreciate the opportunity to talk tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Geeson. Next, we have Paul Friends. Is Paul on the line?
We do not have Paul online.
All right, we'll come back to him. Do we have Keith Olstad?
They're online now.
All right. Keith, tell us your name and address, and you have and turn off your television or whatever you have if that's in the background, because you can still hear that. But then once that's off, you have 2 minutes. Please let us know your name and address, and you have. Hello. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, great. This is Evan. Thanks for the opportunity to speak and thanks for what you're doing to make our community more livable and a healthy place. So I want to comment about the increasing number of people educated sports. Mr. Olstad, we can't really hear you very well.
I'm not speaking.
Oh, sorry. Do we have something in the background? Okay.
I've got my computer on for the public hearing.
Okay, yeah, please turn that off or put it on pause so that, because we're still hearing the delayed feedback from that.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Mr. Olstad, you have 2 minutes. Please tell us your name and address.
My name is Keith Olstead. I live at 120 Valley View Place, Minneapolis, and I chair the board of the Audubon chapter of Minneapolis. Our chapter appreciates the time that the Citizen Advisory Committee members and MRPD staff have invested in the draft master plan for the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail. We endorse the vision for the trail described in Chapter 5, especially the statements to enhance the corridor's function as a natural oasis and wildlife habitat, and second, quote, to restore the ecological function of the creek corridor for improved wildlife habitat, flood resilience, and water quality. The draft plan generally stays true to this vision, but with several significant exceptions. Please remember that the Park Board's Ecological Systems Plan identifies the creek as a key corridor for songbirds, pollinators, and habitat enhancement. One project utterly inconsistent with the vision is building mountain biking trails in this fragile corridor. While we don't oppose mountain biking per se, this active sport doesn't belong in this environmentally sensitive location or in a plan that seeks to preserve high-quality natural resources and restore wildlife habitat. Furthermore, mountain biking along the creek does not advance the park's board equity goals. We ask the commissioners approve Amendment G and remove mountain bike trails from the plan. We also request an amendment to protect trees. We believe that implementing this plan as is will result in the loss of many trees and lead to an increase in impervious surfaces, both of which harm water quality and wildlife. Both would diminish the value of this corridor as a critical green space for humans and habitat for wildlife. The weak statement in the plan to, quote, save trees wherever possible does not suffice, especially in this era of climate change and invasive species. We cannot afford to lose any more healthy trees central to wildlife habitat. Please add an amendment to ensure that no mature, healthy trees are removed for recreational amenities. Thank you for your attention to both of these matters.
Thank you, Mr. Olstad. Next, we have Chris Jagers. Do we have Chris on the line?
Yes, they're online now.
All right, thank you, Chris. Turn off the hearing if you have it so that we don't hear the feedback. Tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for taking my call. My name is Chris Yeagers. I'm a Lyndhurst, West Minnehaha Parkway resident, and the purpose of my call today is to express opposition and request amendments to 3 areas of the master plan for segment 1 in an effort to help preserve the special sanctuary-like feel of the park in this area. Number 1, I oppose raising 50th Street and relocating Lyndhurst Community Center, which acts as a buffer to cars. The proposed plan will expose a long, unsightly view of traffic and school parking. It will increase noise tremendously and diminish our parks for the user and to our neighborhood. The project director stated that the tributary can be daylighted without raising 50th, and the ped bike crossing complex can be alleviated with a scatter light, which is successfully used in national parks. This would save taxpayers millions and retain the natural feel of the park. Secondly, I oppose the proposed duplicate bike path on the east side of Minnehaha Creek. The secondary path was only introduced at the last CAC meeting in February. The west side bike path leads to the same destination. Development of the east side bike path will obliterate the heavily used sledding hill that has been enjoyed by families for 100 years. Creating a bike path here will also destroy many mature trees. Our neighborhood wants our sledding hill and nature preserved. Lastly, I'm asking you to move to support Amendment 211, which opposes relocating the Segment 1 boat launch. The launch is perfect where it currently sits on quiet 51st Street. It's flat and easily accessible. Keeping the launch where it currently sits is better for the user and for the neighborhood. If it's relocated to Minnehaha Parkway, it will cause the removal of mature trees. It will cause traffic and parking issues, as well as conflicts with other park patrons. Since the creek is already being redeveloped near 51st Street and the rec center, this is a good opportunity to improve the current launch. The regional park in Lyndhurst is very special because it's a natural oasis within the city, and we need this more than ever. I implore you to preserve our precious natural spaces for the people of our city. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
Thank you, Chris. Last among the call-ins, we have Ann Laughlin. Is Ann on the line?
Yes, they are on now.
All right, Ann, if you're comfortable, tell us your name and address. And please turn off the public hearing so we don't get the feedback from that. And then once that's turned off, you have 2 minutes. Ann, can you hear me?
I thought you were. I thought Chris Jagers was up next.
They just spoke, so there's a delay on the hearing. So turn
okay, sorry about that.
Yep, turn that off so that we don't hear the feedback, and then tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I have everything off. Yeah, Ann Laughlin, neighborhood for the Minnesota Citizens for the Protection of Migratory Birds. Just 2 months ago, this board approved the Ecological Systems Plan, which provides a framework, quote, for how environmental considerations can be addressed in ongoing planning efforts at MPRB. Now, the Ecological Systems Plan recommends preserving, restoring, and enhancing habitat within designated corridors such as Minnehaha Creek. And it also recommends mitigating effects on wildlife corridors during MPRB planning and programming. So that plan provides a good foundation for improving ecological function in these wildlife corridors. And it would appear that the Minnehaha Parkway plan that's before you tonight would build on that foundation, because it also includes a similar goal, that being, quote, to restore the ecological function of the creek corridor for improved wildlife habitat, flood resilience, and water quality. However, our group, the Minnesota Citizens for the Protection of Migratory Birds, believes this plan does not carry forward the ecological system plan vision, and we're very concerned with the 2 mountain bike trails, or the trail and skills park, that will be built directly in the corridor and that will damage its habitat. These intensive types of trails are not appropriate for the creek corridor. It provides key critical habitat for songbirds, pollinators, and other wildlife. And trees and green space and the natural resources in this corridor are essential for the survival of wildlife. So we ask you to protect this habitat corridor. We also feel the plan is very weak in general with regard to protecting trees, and we ask for your protection of trees and other natural resources throughout the Minnehaha Creek corridor. And we ask you to support Amendment G to remove the mountain bike trails from this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Did Paul Friends get on the line yet?
No, we do not have them online.
Okay, then we will move on to the people who are there in person. First, we have Robert Rabe. Robert, if you want to step up to the microphone.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Robert Rabe. I live at 4605 30th Avenue South. My family has lived there since 1957. We have a nice little neighborhood there. I'm sure you're familiar. We have the tennis court. We have the creek right there, adjacent on a dead end. Am I audible? Good?
Yes.
Ah, I see. Two items, rather separate but important both. First, there's a tennis court on that dead-end street, a two-court tennis court. One of our neighbors, George Puzak, has sent an email with a proposal to the park board. The community there on the dead-end street does not want to see the removal of the two-court tennis court. It's a small tennis court, but it's an architectural feature of the neighborhood. The young families play there. It's a safe place. If it were not for that tennis court area, the children would be playing in the street. It would be unsafe. It's also used generally for clearly more than tennis. George and his wife Catherine have submitted a letter where there's a proposal for an anonymous donation of $25,000 to maintain the tennis court. In the park board proposal, there's a intent to remove the tennis court and replace it with a bee pollinator park. We would favor the bee pollinator park, but placed elsewhere. There are many locations where it would be convenient. So maintain both. Use the $25,000 anonymous donation, charitable donation. Keep the habitat of the bee pollinator park. Keep the recreational features of the tennis court and the content and the character of the neighborhood without major disruption. The other thing is we support the concern about the destruction of trees, especially large mature trees. We've had a lot of loss of trees in the city over the last several decades due to disease. Currently, the emerald ash borer is causing a lot of destruction. The last thing we need is to cut down a lot of big trees. The current Parkway plan does not show mature trees. I'm sorry, this will just take a sec. As architectural features of the plan, they don't show anywhere on the plan. So in support of the previous comments, we would favor having an inventory of mature trees shown on the plan and those mature trees being saved as architectural features. In many cases, that may mean that the meanders of the creek will have to be considered in favor of the trees because you cannot drive heavy equipment across the roots of a tree without destroying it. It will not die immediately, it'll die within 10 years. We just cannot afford to lose all these trees. So thank you for your attention. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. And if you could respond to George's proposal by email, that would be great. Thank you much.
Thank you, Robert. Next, I have a first name that I can't read from the form, but the last name is Flores. Is there Mr. and Mrs. Flores?
Doesn't wish to speak.
Does not wish to speak, is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Then next we have Therese Casey. Therese, if you want to step up to the microphone, tell us your name and address if you're comfortable, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Therese Casey. I live at 4609 30th Avenue South, Minneapolis. My property is adjacent to the tennis courts that Mr. Rabe described. I am here to, I also shared public comment on July 31st through the website of the master plan. I don't think I heard a response from that. But in my comments, I described the ways in which these tennis courts are used, how they are used by tennis players, number one, but they're also used in many different ways. And they draw neighbors from near and far, and they're used from floor hockey. They're used for little children to learn how to ride their bikes. My sons, when they were school aged, they used the courts, and they were tennis players, and actually took some courses out at Fort Snelling. I think we can do both. I think we can save these tennis courts, particularly with the information that was just shared by George. We can, there's space right next to my property, for example. There's an area that has grass and it's mowed, and it doesn't really need to be mowed. That could be turned into a pollinator lawn right there. I have a certificate in permaculture, and that might be a great site for a permaculture demonstration site, for example, which would have a lot of native plants, and they would be pollinator plants, bee friendly. I would just urge you to follow the suggestion of George Puzak and separate these courts out from the main master plan and have a separate vote on them to retain them. It's an important feature for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Therese. So I believe we have about 10 or so written comments. I've been told that they are mostly fairly short. So I'll ask the secretary to read all of those up to 1 minute each, and you can go straight through the list of names. I'll let you read them instead of me calling them out.
Caitlin Ross, it was an honor and a privilege to serve on the Community Advisory Committee alongside a group of exceptional people. Thank you to everyone who participated in and contributed to this process. Together, we've made a meaningful, lasting impact on this magical stretch of land in our city. I'm thrilled to say that I had some small role in the Minnehaha Master Plan and all its many layers of intertwining projects. Participation and community engagement like this are how we create a legacy of future generations. I have full confidence in this plan and look forward to seeing it progress over the years. Mark Karaker, the estimated cost of this plan is $106 million, of which about $60 million is for the Lyndhurst Park. The huge amount of money rearranges existing features to great cost without adding any improvements. Creek meandering is stated at adding 1.7 miles. This absolutely false. The entire length through Minneapolis is about 8 miles. The proposed meandering offers no improvement but does destroy existing ecology. With the MPRB under budget constraints, what money available would be better spent elsewhere in the park system? Reject this plan. Catherine Zimmer, I am writing to comment on the Minnehaha Creek Master Plan. I am an active, near senior citizen who enjoys the parkway for walking, bird watching, and nature study. I am very concerned about the mountain bike trails, MTB trails, in the proposed plan. The regional parks and trails, according to the Met Council's Regional Parks Policy Plan, were never intended to provide every activity for every user. The regional parks and trails must be designed and planned to complement more intensively used city and local parks. The mantra holds very true in this instance, and the MTB are not appropriate for Minnehaha Creek Corridor nor in the regional parks in general. My personal experience with MTB has been less than stellar. While the bikers can be courteous and differential to walkers, their mere presence and actions are disturbing to quietude and the ability to enjoy nature. Mountain biking is as hard-hitting sport Michael Torrens. I was appointed to the Community Advisory Committee for the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan and was lucky enough to provide comments and recommendations based on my experience as a user of the trail and by engaging neighbors. The process and planning have been one of the most thorough and engaging process that I am proud to say I was part of. Overall, I believe the 20-year plan has many admirable goals, none more beneficial than the establishing additional capacity for the creek to meander, which will have profound impacts for years to come. The corridor as trail for pedestrians should take precedent, making a safe, navigable experience was at the heart of every conversation I had. The steps outlined in this plan will provide safe crossings along the entirety of the corridor and utilize safe passage under future bridge construction at Cedar Avenue and the 50th Street crossings. Courtney Sanders. I am writing in a public comment for the hearing regarding the Minnehaha Parkway Trail Master Plan for the MPRB board meeting today, November 4th, 2020. Please add this to the specific comments for today. I have a comment regarding Master Plan, page 5.2 under connectivity. There is the below statement about separate bike pedestrian trails, see below. C1, separate bike and pedestrian trails whenever it is spatially possible to do so. If space or topography is limiting and modes are combined, including at intersection crossings, provide clear striping to separate different users. I do not agree with this section that states when space or topography is limiting and modes are combined, provide clear striping to separate different users. Honestly, when there is not space for two completely separate trails, as in a trail for bikes and one for walkers and runners, and there's a combined trail, Eric Chalmers. My wife and I live in Tangletown and love the Minnehaha Parkway in its current configuration. We walk to Kowalski's regularly. By the way, cars aren't the problem. It's the fast bikes on the bike path that you have to watch for. The Grand Rounds concept is a wonderful way to show off the city. The proposal was made and I believe rejected to chop up the road on the thoroughways for cars. The local meetings that were held demonstrated the community does not want cars impeded from using this wonderful resource. I strongly encourage the board to vote to keep it as its current car useful configuration. Look forward to the board making the right final decision. Thomas Casey. I represent Sustainable Earth Advocates, a Minnesota nonprofit corporation organized in 2008 for the purposes, in part, of ensuring that our natural resources are protected from unnecessary and ecological damaging and development. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan. SEA supports the vision statement, seek to restore the ecological function of the creek corridor for improving wildlife habitat, flood resilience, and water quality. SEA respectfully requests that mountain bike single-track trails be deleted from the plan. These trails are inconsistent with the plan's vision statement to restore the ecological function of the creek corridor. As examples, single tracks, fragmented habitat, disturbed wildlife, trampled plants, and contribution to soil erosion. Single track trails are not equitable. They favor a limited age group, displace multiple uses. Liz Levy. I am writing to comment on the master plan. I use the trails and the roadway along the parkway almost every day. Until I recently retired, I commuted by bike and car to work along the parkway. I'm opposed to closing the road to car traffic. Thank you. Dave Fadali. First off, the area never was considered sacred until Gary Cavender and cousin Chris Cavender made up this false story in 1998 to stop Mendota Group from getting the area/CCW for a casino. As you know, Chris Cavender, seeing the 1988 Hennepin County display about the relationship between the missionaries and the Dakota, that actually stated the Dakota originated around about the lakes at the head of the Rum River, per Gideon Pond, and Riggs' grammar stating the Dakota thought their area at Mendota was a better site than the other Dakota Indian sites. They did not state Mendota was sacred, but believed that area was of greater importance. I just wanted to pass along a comment about the potential trail from Zenith Avenue to the new bridge over the creek. We live by the corner and would welcome the improvements, but beseech you to save the very old trees on the corner. The northeast corner of 54th and Zenith has some trees that really make our neighborhood. There should be sufficient room to make a path around them, but I would be heartbroken if the path required taking down 100-year-old trees. I was excited to see the new master plan for Minnehaha Parkway, as my property is at 4828 35th Avenue South, which is less than a block off the parkway. However, I was surprised to see that not one of the 3 vacant old tennis lots in segment 4 is scheduled to be converted into a skate park. In fact, I couldn't find any skate parks designated to be added to park areas along the Minnehaha Creek Parkway. You have one old tennis court to be torn down for a pollinator lawn. I'm not sure what that is, but okay. Kids need to have open facilities like skate parks to direct their energy, especially during times like COVID. Future we have entered. Skateboarding is a contact-less activity that is not dependent on income and can be done by all. I strongly urge the Minneapolis Parks to consider investing into a concrete skate park within the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan. George Puzak, thank you for your service to the Minneapolis Parks. They are the natural crown jewels of our city, and your leadership is generous and essential. We are contacting you about the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan, especially Segment 4. We just purchased the home at 4608 Nokomis Avenue on September 2nd, 2020, and we just learned about this proposal. In general, we support the plan and the improvements to the trails, creeks, and the recreational spaces. For instance, we support intersection improvements like crosswalk restriping at Nokomis Avenue. We are contacting you to inform you about a charitable donation to preserve and rebuild the 2 tennis courts at 30th Avenue South. We ask you to take the following action about the proposal to remove the 2 tennis courts at 30th Avenue South. Pull out and separate the proposal about the 2 tennis courts on 30th Avenue from the Segment 4 Master Plan design and the Master Plan resolution. Chair Meyer, that is all I have.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. And thank you to everyone who testified, and to Mr. Tincher for chairing the committee, and to our staff for navigating what was very often a very contentious process. With that, if it's okay with you, President Kogel, I'll move on with the agenda item itself. Is there a motion for Resolution 2020-3030, the resolution adopting the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan?
So moved.
Thank you. We have discussion or amendment proposals on the resolution. Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Bourne, did you wish to speak on this item?
Chair Meyer, my hand was raised for the main board meeting, but since I'm recognized, if Chair Meyer, you can provide a little bit of clarification around your, there's just been some inconsistencies around the chair's expressed desire to take amendments, have amendments announced, being unwilling to support amendments, but then offering amendments themselves at the next meeting. So if I'm still weighing a lot of the information that I've heard from members of the community tonight, and so maybe if the chair can just kind of address what the chair is looking for, so inconsistencies might not be as surprising in future meetings.
Sure. So the key thing for me is that I think when like something new is brought forward, like there's something should go through at least one cycle. So like I think it's fine to bring up new things in committee because then there'll be a chance to fully consider them at the board. For the item that it will be later on the full board agenda, that went through both committee and the full board, and we had expressed the intent to bring it back when all 9 commissioners were present, so that we could break the tie that occurred at the time. We didn't necessarily know in advance when that would be. Anyway, the key thing for me, at least to get my vote for something, like it helps to know that something is going to be coming, and to be able to review it. So that is a courtesy that I recommend. So if there are amendments that you are contemplating, I would encourage you to mention them tonight so that we can have an opportunity to review them. I think if you do, that will increase the likelihood that they get passed. It's not something that's explicitly in our rules, just something that will make it more likely to get the votes that you would need to pass them. So I hope that provides adequate clarification. Did you have any more comments on the master plan itself?
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I do appreciate the mental gymnastics display. So I mean, I am strongly considering, so it be known now. I am appreciative of the work that the members of the Community Advisory Committee have done. I am very thoughtful and receptive to some of the messages around potential tree loss. I think everyone that has spoken tonight and community members that have brought messages forward have some compelling messages. I'm not a member of this committee. I am contemplating any one of those. I'll need to weigh those one at a time. But again, thank you for the gymnastics display.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. I promise I won't do any gymnastics. I also just want to compliment, first of all, our chair, Jim Tinshire, for and all the CAC members, and kudos to Madeline, their presentation tonight, and Adam. Really, your strategic outlook on things has always been amazing, and I'm very pleased with the plan. I hear the voices that were offered tonight. I'm not sure that I would be bringing any amendments forward, though, as a result of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I just want to say thanks to everyone for their input, staff for the presentation, especially the CAC members for their time. This is a lot of information, and I am taking it all in, and hopefully when it comes to the full board, by then I'll have some questions answered and I can hear more from community that maybe were not able to speak up on their thoughts tonight. But I do appreciate the thorough presentation around community engagement. That is it for me, Chair Meyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak. I have a few questions for Director Arvidsson, if he's available to answer them. if I recall correctly, the 30th Street tennis courts, part of the reason that they are not being recommended for retention in that location is due to trail crowding issues that we're trying to address in that segment of the trail. Is that accurate? Chair Meyer, Commissioner Musich, yes. In general, we feel that the level of service in tennis courts in this particular sector of the city is very high, especially when you consider tennis courts at Nokomis Recreation Center and Hiawatha Recreation Center. And so a reduction in tennis was likely to be on the table in any case. This particular tennis court was considered for removal among the 3 banks of tennis courts in segment 4. This one was considered for removal primarily because of that trail pinch point. The trail becomes a combined pedestrian and bike trail that's very narrow between the corner of the tennis court and the creek itself. There's really nowhere else for it to go. So in order to separate those trails and move the infrastructure back from the creek into which it is eroding actively, this tennis court was slated for removal. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then I did notice also that we've slated not only for a pollinator lawn in this location, but also underground flood storage. And if I recall correctly, we're doing this in a number of master plans now where we're trying to retain recreational use ability while still trying to manage the amount of floodwaters we anticipate seeing with our changing climate. We are not putting underground flood storage underneath any permanent infrastructure elsewhere in the system, are we? Chair Meyer, Commissioner Musich, we don't have really any underground storm water storage at this time, though we're envisioning those types of facilities in several master plans. They would have to happen in collaboration with the City of Minneapolis and the Watershed District. And you're right that this is an attempt to potentially improve the water quality of the creek by catching stormwater early, while also having a recreational amenity on top. So I should clarify that the pollinator lawn or the bee lawn in this location really would be an open field space that would be available for many of the activities, the ball playing and frisbee tossing and things that are happening kind of in and around the area now. It just would not be a hard surface court in this location per the proposed master plan. Okay, thank you. And then about the single track and bike skills park components of the master plan, those would not completely pave over the areas in which they are proposed on the plan. Is that accurate? They would just have a trail space associated with them? Chair Meyer, Commissioner Musich, that's correct. The bike skills park by 34th Avenue would actually remove a bank of tennis courts. So it would reduce that impervious surface and instead replace it with a natural surface skills loop, mainly for learners, typically for younger bikers kind of learning to do tricks and skills on their bike. The single track mountain bike trails near Bloomington Avenue would be similar to what we have in Worth Park and which many regional parks do have in their systems. Those are very narrow, kind of winding trails that are built sustainably around trees and to prevent erosion from the hillsides. So that we normally would consider that a pretty low impact recreational amenity in terms of the natural environment. The canopy itself would be unaffected. And there would be no paving associated with that. Those are all natural surface trails. Okay, thank you. And we heard a lot tonight about the damage that the changes to the creek, including remeandering, would do to the ecological function of this space. In talking with ecologists and the Watershed District staff that have worked extensively on this project, my understanding is that this would exponentially improve the water quality and the diversity of the ecosystem within this corridor. Could you help me understand a little bit better what sort of enhancement we would be seeing through the plan from the current condition of this park itself in its current configuration? Certainly, Chair Meyer, Commissioner Musich, there will be
significant water quality benefits associated with the various kind of re-meanders and wetland areas and floodplain expansions associated with the master plan. In fact, it'd be a nearly 400-pound annual removal of phosphorus from the creek corridor, which is an extraordinary amount, equivalent to what the watershed district has spent 10 years working on upstream. So it's a significant project. In addition, the water quantity improvements in terms of flood management and the rate of runoff would be significantly increased. There'd be more water that would be able to be stored in the flood channel rather than flooding up into our recreational amenities or back flooding through pipes into streets, alleys, and basements. The opportunity for restoration of habitat and ecological systems associated with these improvements also could create a much more continuous ecological corridor along the creek. And I know it seems counterintuitive for me to say that there's not a continuous ecological corridor, but most of the landscape quality in the corridor right now is severely degraded, significant invasive species, and a fairly, it's a kind of a monocultural understory. And so we can provide different types of habitats within the corridor as that work is done. Certainly the mature trees are a concern and an issue. There are mature trees throughout the corridor. We have tried to design the meanders conceptually in a way at this point where we would avoid the largest stands of those trees and the larger mature trees. The details of those meanders, I should stress, are not completely fleshed out. Those would be future subsequent projects, at which time we would do a more comprehensive tree inventory. There have been meanders built in the creek corridor already today. There are actually some that exist today, where in some cases trees were, ended up on the opposite bank of the creek and continue to thrive now 10 years after those were done, and they're hardly even recognizable anymore because the landscape has really taken off. So we recognize with any project like this, there would be maybe an immediate sort of disturbance. It would look a little bit raw, but in the long run, these will have significant benefits for the health of the corridor and for the water quality as a whole.
Thank you for that comprehensive overview. My time is up, so I appreciate you helping us better understand really the value that this is providing to people to be able to access the park system even in times of flood and help us be more resilient as we see a lot more water. And for the folks that were wondering about a skate park, there is one proposed for the master plan as part of the master plan in Nokomis, Hiawatha. So it's there. It's just not outside that regional park. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. There is one amendment that I'll give notice today that I'll bring forward to the full board, but I won't be making it tonight because I don't know which of the two to go with yet at this time. But I'll draw Commissioners' attention to the proposed or potential amendments that staff put forward in your packets, either T1 or T2. So this would either modify the segment 4 drawing to note an on-street protected bike lane between 34th Avenue and Minnehaha Park, or between Nokomis Recreation Center and Minnehaha Park. So the context for this is that because of some improvements that the Met Council is making that have closed the off-street trail in segment 4, they have put on a temporary on-street bike lane with the white bollards that will last for, I believe, about 3 years. And I think it's working pretty well. Certainly, for me personally, I'd prefer to be off the street. So once those off-street trails are returned, I would definitely prefer to use those. But because of our, speed limits, we do have people who bike faster, who prefer to be in the street, even if there's an off-street trail provided. And another function that the on-street bike lane provides is that it slows cars down. And I think that should be an important goal for us to have. I don't know whether it makes sense or not to have it go all the way to Nokomis. I do feel like the one that they have there now is certainly working well between 34th and the park. So I encourage other commissioners to contemplate that question, and we can discuss that at the full board. So I don't have the ability to raise and lower commissioners' hands, so I'm not sure if people ask me to speak for the second time. Commissioner, let's see. Commissioner Research, your hand is going back and forth. Did you wish to speak for a second time?
No, I was trying to turn it off, but someone else did it for me.
Okay. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other hands. So with that, I will ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French. Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries, and if there is no objection, I will adjourn this meeting.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I will reconvene the regular meeting of the Park Board. We were discussing the mall portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. Is there any additional discussion regarding the mall portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan? Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. And just a reminder, we're only discussing the motion to take it from the table right now. I know it was a little confusing with Commissioner Forney's comments, but this is only the motion to take from the table.
If I understand it correctly, I believe it's been taken from the table.
I don't recall taking a vote to take it from the table.
Council Rice?
Mr. President, it'd be my interpretation that it has been taken from the table with the motion, but if it's not taken from the table, it's a non-debatable motion. So the issue is either to put it on or not, but it'd be my ruling that it's already been taken from the table by virtue of being put on the agenda.
Thank you, Council Rice.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bourne, if you want to continue with your comments.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have issue with the main motion. I have some issue with the perceived lack of transparency that from hearing the president and Commissioner Musich speak tonight, I'm sure must be a misunderstanding. Because everyone values that transparency. So, but I'll also, President Cogill, you reminded me that I suggested tabling this until we had a full board contingent. I'll remind you, Mr. President, that even though that has been the case, we have always, we typically take that motion to take from the table. We give public notice on that. So I don't see where that would have changed. So President Cogill, I guess I would just earnestly ask you why wasn't this motion to take it from the table released in the agenda on Friday?
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I don't have a solid answer for you except for to say that Commissioner Forney was the one to provide the motion to add this to the agenda. She's the only one who can take it from the table, as she was the one to make the motion to table in the first place. And there was no discussion ahead of publishing the agenda for that purpose.
Okay, so you didn't intend to have this motion brought forward today, so you're as surprised as everybody else.
I'm not currently surprised at all, no.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, I would just ask all of my colleagues to put in an earnest effort towards being a little bit more transparent with our members of the public. That said, I have no problem with the main motion now that it is here. But I did receive some notes from folks and had told people that this wasn't coming up because it wasn't on the agenda. So I think some people, regardless of what side of the issue they're on, may be surprised by this. And I think just the public deserves a little bit better from us. So, but I will be supporting the main motion with an apology to the members of the public that may feel like they have been cheated out of some process tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Am I seeing any other commenters on the motion? Any other comments? I too will urge my colleagues to support this portion of the master plan. I appreciate Commissioner Forney moving to untable the item, and appreciate Commissioner Bourne's interest in supporting, even with the mental gymnastics of the various caveats that he has provided in his statements. I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on the mall portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I missed your camera. Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving into, I suppose it would be new business. The one other item added to the agenda would be a reminder from Council Rice regarding the tenets of open meeting law. I'll ask Council Rice to take it away. Thank you.
Mr. President, yes, if commissioners would recall, we did provide a training packet at the beginning of your term. Ann Walther led that discussion. To remind you, the open meeting law is a law that requires at all times when commissioners are receiving and considering information, we need to post notice of such meetings. The definition of meeting is where you have a majority of the board or a majority of a committee or subcommittee of the board. What I understand, I mean, our board has 9 members. That means 5 members meeting together, and that can be a meeting either in person or telephonically or serially, so that if Commissioner A contacts Commissioners B, C, D, and E and does it independent of the other ones, depending on the nature of the communications, that still could be considered a meeting. It is a very important law to follow. What it means is we give notice to meetings so the public can come in and understand or see what transpires by board members. Significantly, besides giving notice, so I think commissioners should be aware of that law. We certainly encourage it. You can refresh your recollections with the board materials. If anyone needs it, I'd be glad to provide it again. It is a statute that has some potentially severe ramifications. One element is that you have to show intent that a commissioner intended to violate the meeting. if that intent can be shown, and if the other requisite elements are there, commissioners are potentially subject to a $300 civil fine. And if there are 3 such fines, they can be removed from office.
Thank you, Council Rice. Moving on to petitions and communications. I'll start with Commissioner Bourne.
I'm sorry, President Colgill, I had my hand raised. I had some questions for council and the secretary on this item on the agenda.
Okay, Commissioner Bourne for the first time.
Thank you, and thank you for the multiple incredibly adequate trainings that the board has had on the importance of open meeting law. And thank you, Commissioners Vita, Forney, and Musich for recognizing that there, I think in Commissioner Vita's words, that there was a violation of open meeting law and an earnest apology. I do have some concerns about the intentionality of it, and I'm breaking a board rule right now. I'm sorry, let me start my camera. I think we have all earnestly tried to follow all of our board rules. But that said, just Secretary Ringgold, in 2020, how many times has the Admin and Finance Committee met?
President Colgill, Commissioner Bourne, by my count, 15 times.
So, and Secretary Ringgold, at the beginning of every convening of a meeting, you or the board's designee takes a roll of the members on that committee?
Correct.
So by your count, that roll of committee members has been taken 15 times, and we're only, so far this year, and today is only November 4th.
That would be correct.
Okay. I think Commissioner Forney is the chair of the Administration and Finance Committee, and Commissioner Musich is, I think, the second longest serving board member. And I understand that the 3 of them had a tradition for the first 2 years when the 3 of them did not constitute the majority of a committee, where they had met together. But I just find, I find a lot of credibility in Commissioner Vita's apology and earnestness, because she has a little bit less experience in the leadership, but she is also the vice president of the board and should be aware of who all of the officers are. But I'm just amazed that the chair of the Administration and Finance Committee was unaware of the members of her own committee and took a meeting to discuss the budget, excluding Commissioners French and Commissioners Hassan from that discussion that the public had a right to be part of. But I do appreciate the apology, and I think that apology is important. But I think that members of the public have been cheated from a public conversation around around our most important topic. There's nothing more important that we do than put together a budget. I heard Commissioner Vita say that meeting was online. It might be great if there was a recording of that meeting that could be made public. That I think would be a good indicator to the 2 members of the community that it wasn't intentional, which I don't believe, at least in Commissioner Vita's case, that it was. I don't believe in Commissioner Forney or Musich's case that it was either, but certainly Commissioner Forney is the chair of the committee and Commissioner Musich is one of the longest serving board members. I would have Hope would have known better. And I'll just cite an example. A few weeks ago, I was having technical difficulties with my camera, and Commissioner Forney said, the board has rules, and was very quick to cite a camera being off as a courtesy to members of the board. I really think transparent conversations around our budget is key. So thank you for the apology and the recognition that some trust with the community has been violated. Commissioner Cogill, I hope you would look for, President Cogill, I hope you would look for a way to remedy that, possibly through committee structures for the balance of the year, since a violation has been committed, and we haven't taken a vote in that committee yet. You have an opportunity to correct this through committee appointments. I hope you would consider doing that. Thank you, Council Rice. Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. And again, thank you, Commissioners Musich, Forney, and Vita for acknowledging that some unintentional, that trust was broken with the public, even if it was unintentional. I do appreciate the earnestness of that apology.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. On this item, I'll just say I really think that Commissioner Vita has done the right thing in being very forthright about the meeting that was held. I'll also say that the questions came out of that meeting that are publicly accessible, which I think is very much in line with being publicly transparent about the questions that were provided. I would also say, you know, at the beginning of this year, I struggled with committee appointments and balance because certain commissioners were unwilling to be on any committees. I would be interested to know if that has changed, but I'll have that conversation at a later date. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'm sure members of the public are very appreciative of those parts of that meeting becoming public by those questions being presented to the public. But I guess what the whole purpose of the open meeting law is, the members of the public don't know what else was discussed. And so again, if there's a recording of it, I think the public has a right to know, and it's things. This oversight could be corrected fairly easily. If we need to restore some public trust, Commissioner Cogill, I have a child on the way, and my schedule has been quite a bit busier. But if it's a matter of if we've had a violation of open meeting law and we need to restore that trust, I could serve on a committee for the remaining month of the year, so we can take that. So we can just eliminate this entire issue of the open meeting law being broken. But it is, I put a lot of time in this board already, and I think every member does. I'm willing to put in a little bit more, and I would imagine some of my other colleagues would too, because this is a pretty serious, as Council points out, a pretty serious issue. It's probably more important than whether or not our video cameras are on.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Moving on, I will call on you again, Commissioner Bourne, in petitions and communications.
Thank you, President Cogill. Just some good and exciting news. I just want to thank Superintendent Bangora and all of our park staff for the outstanding job that they did with working with the city and making sure that Longfellow was an early voting site. I voted there on Saturday, and it was the first time I early voted in my life, and I was proud to do it in a park. So Superintendent, great job there. I also, I don't know if we have permission to use the photos yet, but I was on a walk around Bede-Makaska today, and I sent a photo. I was walking by a person in a fishing boat that was about 25 feet off of shore, and he pulled in a muskie into his boat that was probably the size of my dog. Like, this isn't a fish story. It was pretty amazing. And he has a photo of it next to a ruler. Like, I saw him catch it with my own eyes. It might be a record for coming out of the lake. So, and then it was pretty awesome that he caught it, took a picture, and released it too. So, so I sent those photos to the superintendent and to Don Summers, and it was just a great way to have a little bit of relief from a stressful day. Hopefully he will allow us to use those photos, because I think I'd have to guess it broke a record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Moving on, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I appreciate Commissioner Vita's giving of our apology at the beginning of the meeting, I just would like to reiterate that we truly unintentionally met together, not realizing that we were in a quorum of a committee. And I know that seems like a bit of mental gymnastics to some people, but in COVID times, like everything is weird. Keeping track of everything that you're doing is incredibly difficult. And we fell back on, in an incredibly stressful time leading up to the election, what we've done in the past. And that's help each other navigate the complexity of figuring out what we need to ask about the budget. And every question that we had is contained in the questions that we submitted and that are attached to today's board agenda. If people have additional commentary they'd like to share on those questions, we do have an opportunity in committee to discuss that this evening. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues, since not very many folks did submit questions on what they do think of the budget. I too early voted at Longfellow. It was fantastic. And I'm so glad that we were able to make that work for the residents of the city. It was a really slick experience, and I'm hopeful that in future years we can do similar things, because it really made the voting experience on election day smooth for a lot of people. I served as an election judge at Pearl Park, and so many people had early voted that we really did not have lines most of the day, which was fantastic for voters. So thank you so much for everyone that made that happen here at the Park Board. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Moving on, Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'd just like to express my thanks to my colleagues in my community as I went through my second surgery on my throat. It was one of the most difficult surgeries that I've had. Our recovering time, it was pretty difficult. But I want to thank my colleagues for giving me time to recover and recuperate and allow me to be back here today. I also wanted to share a quick story today. I was down at Theaterworth watching golf be extremely busy. Over my lunch break, I met with a few residents from the north side on Plymouth Avenue and Theaterworth, trying to figure out a better solution for safety and walking for pedestrians. While I was down there with a family member and the executive director of the neighborhood association, unfortunately, a few bikers came by and were pretty disrespectful to this family and myself about being in the way and how we should move the F out of the way. I'm in a bike lane. And I just, in these times, I'd like to encourage us all to be respectful of each other and be understanding, particularly people with small children, because we do share these lovely spaces that we have in our city. And I hope that we can have a little more tolerance for the people that we share our community with. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Pass.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French.
I want to kind of address something that you guys hear me okay? I want to address something that was said at a closed door session discussing some litigation. This is a closed door session. I was accused of asking for something that I can't talk about it because it was at a closed door situation. And I'm trying to figure out if it was a staff person, was it another commissioner? I mean, if you're going to talk about what happens at a closed door situation, let's get the information right. I was publicly slandered. And somebody said I did something that I didn't do. And there was no way for me to disprove that. Somebody said I asked for an investigation on Lisa Clemens. I've never asked for an investigation on Lisa Clemens. I've never asked for an investigation on Mother's Love organization. I've never done that. And if somebody could find some proof or some video or anything of that saying I did, I'd like to see it. If you're gonna criticize or critique me, do it because of my leadership skills. Do it because you didn't like what vote I did or how I swung a certain type of way. Don't lie on me, please. Don't lie. Don't get out misinformation. It's hurtful, damaging. I don't have I don't have 6 master's degrees and PhDs and stuff. All I have is my name and my integrity and how I move through this community. So if people want to besmirch that, I don't have too much. So I'm gonna defend my integrity. I'm gonna defend what I said and what I didn't say. So I want people to give other folks the grace to understand that I'm not out to get anybody. I'm not out to get anybody. I'm just out here to try to help the folks that I said I was going to help when I ran for office, and that's what I've been doing. So thank you, President Cargill, for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I would like to report in about the Minneapolis Parks Foundation. First of all, I think as you all know, People for Parks has been incorporated into the foundation, and they have, I can't remember how many years it's been, had the event called Posters for Parks. Well, this year they were able to do it virtually, and it was highly successful. I can't remember how much they raised, but it surpassed what other years have done. So anyway, very grateful for that and for everybody who participated. We had a wonderful strategic session with the board, and there was a very, very good presentation about heat zones and how historically areas of the city have not invested in our trees. And those align with the redlining that happened, the racial covenants that happened. And it was very, very, insightful, as I indicated. And I would really, I've advocated numerous times that we have a reforestation tax that is levy that's being expiring next year, and how critical it is that we need to have that effort. And so what was very exciting for me is that Mayor Fry was also on that strategic session. And so I'm hoping that we can work with other entities to be able to extend that and make it regarding climate resiliency, racial justice, all of those things woven into it. And then the last thing I want to mention is that December 10th, from 7 to 8:30, there's going to be a Next Generation of Parks Zoom, and it will be featuring our very own Adam Arvinson and his book, Wild and Rare, excuse me. So please put that on your calendar, December 10th, 7 to 8:30, Zooming, and you can contact the Parks Foundation to RSVP to that and get the Zoom connection. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm going to try one more time with Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Not seeing him. I'll move on here to Vice President Vita.
I'm going to pass.
Thank you, Vice President. I wanted to mention a couple of things for commissioners here this evening. First of all, I've appreciated the questions around police exercises in the park system. I was contacted by a representative from our Congresswoman's office who has also had concerns about this, and I will be working with the superintendent to learn a little bit more about protocol and procedure and what our expectations are. I also want to mention that we usually every year have a joint meeting with the board of the Institute of Arts that of course has been waylaid by COVID and everything that's been going on this year. I do still intend to work on having some sort of connection here with Mia and was contacted by the executive director, Katie Luber, recently to figure out what would make the most sense. And she had proposed that perhaps we do something a little bit different than just sitting on a Zoom call together. So I am going to be pursuing that with the superintendent, and I urge any commissioners who have questions or ideas to reach out to me on that issue. Similarly, along the lines of our joint meeting with the Minneapolis Public Schools, it was the request of both staff and the chair of the school board, Director Ellison, to postpone having our joint meeting until early next year, due in part by the really massive undertaking the school board is going through right now in moving back to at least part-time in-person instruction, which I think is helpful to be cognizant of and supportive of. Finally, I'd like to say that I've appreciated having some folks weigh in on the superintendent's proposed budget. I'm glad that some commissioners submitted questions, and I look forward to the next steps in that budget process and working collaboratively towards a budget that is going to work for our organization moving into next year, coming out of a very difficult year and a year 2021 that I think is still going to be pretty unprecedented. We have a lot of unknowns, and I hope to connect with commissioners and hope that commissioners are ready and willing to weigh in here on the budget so that we can have some robust discussion and do right by the citizens of this city who elected us to pass the budget of this organization. With that, I will close the regular meeting of the Park Board, and I will turn it over to Chair Musich for the Operations and Environment Committee.
Thank you, President Colgill. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Here. Here.
Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So we have 2 minutes. Oh, we have to adopt the agenda. Sorry, it's been a while since I've run a meeting. Can I please get a motion to approve the agenda for our Operations and Environment Committee this evening? Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice Chair French.
Aye.
Chair Musich.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, excuse me, and 1 absent.
Thank you. So we have an agenda. We've got minutes from November 6th and March 4th, November 6th of 2019 and March 4th of 2020. Can I please get a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take roll call vote on that?
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice Chair French.
Aye.
Chair Musich.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. This evening we have a study report item winter operations, an update on them. We're joined by Mr. Evenson and Superintendent Barrick, and I'm going to turn it over to you. Thanks so much for being here.
All right. Good evening, Chair Musich and Commissioners. Yes, we come to you with a quick update on our winter operations. We had a bit of a dress rehearsal here a couple of weeks ago in the middle of October. With that came some questions and pointed some things out. And so I'm going to turn it over to Director Evenson, who's our Director of Asset Management that's approaching his 1-year work anniversary. He'll walk you through what we've been working on the past few months here in this transition from summer to winter. So Jeff, if you want to take it away.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Barrick, and thanks to everyone for allowing us to present the operations update. And I'd also like to thank asset management staff, recreation staff, and environmental management staff for providing the information that we'll be going through in the report, and also to Peter Hamma, who's one of our analysts, for putting the presentation together. So next slide, please. So we'll do a quick update on our 2021 season ice rink proposal, kind of a review on our snow removal operations, and a quick overview of our sledding hill program. Next slide, please. So to start out with ice rinks, our typical year would include a total of 49 outdoor ice rinks with open skating, hockey, and broomball. It would also include the refrigerated rink at Loring Park and lake rinks scattered throughout the system. With staffing issues and COVID concerns, we've been working closely with recreation staff to really think strategically about what we can do with some staffing issues that we're still struggling through, with keeping our quality at the top of our list. We want to definitely provide good ice, but again, we're kind of stretched with staff, and with COVID concerns, working with recreation staff, we've decided to limit our offerings to 39 outdoor ice rinks this season, with still the open skating, hockey, and broomball. I'm sure many of you I would think all of you have heard that the rink at Loring Park is not going to be open this season, but we still have our lake rinks. And then we've also created a program to reduce our warming house offerings. Again, with staffing issues and COVID being a concern, we're strategically opening 2 per service area, 2 warming houses, some of our bigger warming houses, again, to provide some social distancing with that. And then we'll be providing benches and tables at all locations. We will be deploying the trailer at Lake Hiawatha and the movable warming house to Lake of the Isles among those warming houses that will be open. Next slide, please. Just to give you a kind of a overview again of how we operate, and our focus was on quality, and we'll be doing our Golden Boot and Golden Nozzle Awards this season. I know that was a lot of fun for staff last year. It was fun for me to watch that happening, and they do a great job with rinks, and everybody has a lot of pride in that. So the target dates are, as it says, obviously as weather allows, but we, as soon as possible to start, but, certainly by mid-December, we typically will have ice. And then we go again as late as weather will allow, but again, typically through mid-February. Our daily maintenance program includes overnight or early morning sweeping, and then to clear the snow or shavings on the rinks so that we can continue to build ice throughout the season. To really, the strategy there is to try to extend the spring season as far as we can, and have good ice there so that we can extend the season. And then obviously we still, do daily inspections of all the facilities and repairs needed. Next slide, please. One thing that we're proud of this year, we're really trying to activate our asset management program, ViewWorks, and something new for kind of the internal operations is we're establishing a standard operating procedure through ViewWorks for ice rig construction. We've spent a lot of time working on standardizing and process standardization for that. So we'll be rolling that out for 4 sites this year as a pilot. And the interesting thing there is that we'll be producing work orders, so that it'll be an automated process, again, using the ViewWorks program that we're deploying. And again, the goals would be to standardize that construction and setup process. I know there's some differences in service areas that we'd like to standardize so that we can have that standard throughout the park system. And then also to really fill out our data collecting capabilities on rink construction, and to know what's going on out there and to share best practices. So we're very excited about that. Next slide, please. The other thing that we'll be doing this year is we'll create a dashboard to inform the park users as to where ice is open. If we have any issues, we can update this, and if we have any closures, we can provide that information. So we're excited about that as well. Next slide, please. Getting into snow removal, we have 18 dedicated mobile equipment operators that are specifically on snow removal. We do all of our parking lots, some of our roads, trails, sidewalks, ice rinks, and all access points as we, have snow events. In addition to the mobile equipment operators, we also have our service area park keepers doing the sidewalks, building entrances, and ice rinks throughout the year. Next slide. So just a quick overview on our snow removal equipment, and don't be alarmed at the numbers. They're the 750 and 550. I discovered that typo there. It should be an F750 and F550. That's not the number of trucks, but it's the size. So don't be alarmed. But we, so that's our large plow trucks that we, do the parking lots and trails. We also have the holders, which is the unit that is in the middle there with the plow on it, the orange one. And then we have tractors, and we do, changeover of a lot of our mowing equipment is changed over to either blowers or brooms. So we have a lot of equipment out there. We have a lot of staff, and we have a lot of snow to move. So it's quite an operation. Next slide, please. We have kind of a tier system to guide us in timing as we have snow events based on tiers. So our first priority are our regional trails, and then our Rec Plus and school site parking lots, and those school sites, and the lists are on the right there on that slide. Our second tier would be perimeter sidewalks in our neighborhood parks and interior park paths, and then some lower priority parking lots. And then third tier sites would be our brooming and brushing of our ice skating rinks, which is done again on a daily basis. And tier 1 and tier 2 begin simultaneously. The routes are organized to follow highest priority first. So we do the same routes in the same order typically as the season progresses. Next slide, please. So this is Linden Hills Park. We just wanted to kind of give you an idea of the reason why we do kind of what's plowed and what's unplowed. And we do the perimeter pathways and sidewalks, and then we do some interior pathways typically. And on this this slide, the drawing here, the blue line, that one that goes through the kind of the heart of the slide, that's a secondary pathway that's plowed at Linden Hills Park. And as you can see, not all of those pathways are really, you know, they don't make a loop, or it's a real small loop. So we do kind of limit that. We don't plow every trail, every path in every park, but we certainly keep access open as needed. So next slide, please. And it kind of goes back through the reasons why we don't plow all of those hard surfaces in every park. We do have a reduced volume of park users in the winter. It could be different this year, obviously, with some of the COVID issues that we're challenged with. And then we do obviously provide winter recreational opportunities, and we provide access to those winter amenities as we can. We also try to minimize sand and salt quantities. You know, with more plowing, you're going to be required or requested to probably do more salt and sand. So that's also a strategy to minimize that. Safety of staff comes into play here with, you know, a lot of plowing is done at night, and you know, inclement weather, obviously. So it's a pretty tough, you know, environment to be working in. And then obviously our budget is a concern. Next slide, please. So kind of our snow removal stats there, we have about 95 miles of regional trails. This is the entire system, not just what we plow, but when we're currently doing a pavement assessment to get a little better numbers around our regional trails. Our neighborhood sidewalks and interior pathways are about 3.2 million square feet, which converts to about 104 miles. And then we have about 115 acres of parking lots system-wide. And again, this is everything. Next slide, please. So of that, about 200 miles of total trail area, we plow about 140 miles of that with our mobile equipment operators. And that's regional, you know, neighborhood parks, and then, you know, select interior sidewalks, entrances, and paths. So that works out to be about 70% of all trails and sidewalks are plowed. And that does not include like entrances and smaller areas that our park keepers are doing. And then we do also a great portion of our parking lots, about 107 acres of parking lots. Next slide, please. We have been kind of kicking around maybe to a program to expand our pathway plowing, to look at as we opened up parkways this summer to allow more social distancing. And you know, I think there's some issues there. Not all areas are suitable for expanded plowing. We can't, actually, it's illegal at the state level to push or plow any snow into any body of water. And there's some topography issues that prohibit the plowing as well. And then today we had staff in our smart salt training that's put on by the MPCA. And then this is brand new information, actually, that we got an email this afternoon at about 2 o'clock. But the MPCA is strongly discouraging adding any more pathways to our plow routes. And I'm relatively sure that's, you know, a recommendation for everyone. So, but they're suggesting a different program called EcoPaths, and it's essentially having pathways open, but not doing full removal. So that'll go into our thinking as well as to if we can expand our pathway offerings. So next slide, please. This is just a quick example of, again, some of the challenges that we have. You know, the target is our lake areas, and with our dual pathways along our regional trails, it gets to be a challenge. On the left image there, you can see that those two pathways come together, and there's no real good place to put the snow. I mean, you run out of room essentially. The middle image there is some topography issues and some natural areas that we may not want to push snow into, or there could be tree damage. And then the final image on the right there, the red arrow, that putting snow on the lake is actually against the law. So that is a big challenge around the lake. So we will look at possibly expanding our trail offerings, but it would be relatively limited opportunities there. So next slide, please. Our plow routes are also enabled through ViewWorks. We are making some changes with that process as well this year, just making it a little bit more user-friendly for our mobile equipment operators to keep up with their closing out of routes. Currently, there's 15 routes, and that's based on the staff and the equipment. Those routes are divided up into 36 path segments and 104 lots, and that's where the big change is occurring. We've combined those segments into more manageable. It'll be easier for our operators to kind of check their work off as they go through their routes. And that again is a preloaded work order for each segment. Obviously, they're generated, pre-snow event. Hopefully, we're accurate. Predicting this is an art, not a science, as we all know. But the other thing that we're trying to do is to make sure that we have kind of progress throughout their route so that we can do some real-time data collecting and understanding of how the routes are going and how they're being completed. So that's another exciting addition to our ViewWorks activities that we're doing. Next slide. Our snow removal protocol is relatively simple. It's 7 days a week. We go out on all snowfalls over 2 inches. It's an all call, and we utilize regular and overtime funds as necessary. All of our staff are dispatched by our operations managers. And again, that's based on storm timing and conditions, and that's to deploy in a storm. But we also do everything essentially under 2 inches as well, but that's during normal regular day shifts. And then in this area too, if conditions warrant, we will utilize overtime. So snow removal is pretty much certainly a 5-day-a-week undertaking, in the heart of the winter. So next slide, please. On extreme winter events, obviously, and larger snow events require more. We'll get started even during a storm to do a first pass. The cleanup activities are kind of flexed in scope and time depending on staffing and the amount of snow that has fallen. But again, it's multiple passes. And then we do cleanup activities as well as we go through the week and after we do widening and things like that along our trails. And obviously ice events are potentially require a special response. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick overview of, we do track our salt and sand usage. And again, all of our crew leader, or our MEOs and most of our crew leaders have gone through the salt and sand training that is actually being conducted right now. And we definitely track what we do. As you can see the numbers in the chart below, just as a total, we did 53 cubic yards of salt sand combination last season. So it's, we do quite a bit of sanding and salting, and we definitely follow the best practices that are recommended from the watershed districts that we're involved with. Next slide. And finally, the sledding hill program. Currently, we have a relatively limited online information program. It's some protocols and just general safety tips. We have 3 official sledding hills that are open that we recognize on that website. And that's at Theodore Wirth, Columbia Golf, and Valley View Park. We are also looking at a potential expansion of our sledding hills due to we feel like it's a good activity that we could, that's social distance to a great degree. And we're working with recreation also on that to kind of inform that process, and we'll work with planning to look at the opportunities that might be best utilized. And we're thinking, there's a potential maybe to do up to 8 to 12 total hills. And we would ensure that they're in a variety of service areas as well for the equity issues. And we do see a future in this that maybe we could expand that program even further, probably create a more interactive online dashboard, and then again, increase coordination with recreation. Next slide. I think that is the end of my presentation. Are there any questions at all?
Thank you, Director Evenson. Looks like Commissioner Meyer has some questions for you. Go ahead, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, and thank you for having this on the agenda. I think it is extremely important that we both improve the quality of snow clearing and expand the paths for people so that people can have adequate space for social distancing. It's not just about the space. It's about making sure that people have an avenue to get badly needed exercise at a time when a lot of them, if you're immune compromised, like you can't be going to the gym, you need to be getting your vitamin D. So it's really important for us to do as much as we can to have well cleared paths this year more than ever. So I have a few questions toward that. First, I wanted to ask more about ViewWorks. So when I had previously brought up these issues before, I was told that we had just started with ViewWorks, but that we would be getting a lot of new data, and that as that became available, we will be able to make improvements. And so I just wanted to ask more about that. Like, where are we at with ViewWorks? Do we have a lot more data about, like, for example, would you be able to tell from that data, like, how often do we fail to get a high priority path done within 24 hours? Is that something that you'd be able to provide a map of or data for?
Well, thank you for the question, Commissioner Meyer. And we are working toward that end. One of the challenges that we've had is uploading GIS information into ViewWorks. I'm actually kind of heading the effort to look at getting that issue resolved. And that's part of the reason why we're doing this pilot, is so that we do have that information. So we are, uploading that data. And, the idea of a pilot program is that we don't want to roll it out completely until we kind of know it's going to do what we want it to do. And obviously that real-time information is critical. As far as the specifically on the plow routes, one of the challenges that we were having is that the work orders were too complex for our operators to kind of fill them out in real time. So we've simplified that process now, and we'll get better, data from our equipment operators. And that's something that we have to be mindful of as the final user. It has to be that has to be, a usable process. So, and just in general, we're doing a lot of facility data uploading. We've done had a study that was done by McKinstry around HVAC and plumbing assets that we've uploaded all that data. And we are actually currently in a, we're having a report done by the software vendor to kind of give us some tips again to how to further implement ViewWorks. So I think we're making a lot of progress in it. It's we have a lot of buy-in from our staff, and everybody's anxious to get that more deeply implemented throughout the park board.
So the long-term goal that I would like to see with this, I think it'd be really great if we could have on our website, up-to-date information about how recently any given path has been cleared, and when it's when the ones that aren't cleared are going to be cleared. Do you think it would be possible for your team to be able to do that this year?
Well, I don't think. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Meyer. I don't think we can do that throughout the system, but I think that would certainly be possible on the these pilot routes that we're doing. I will certainly look into that, and if possible, we will make that all available, and we will have a website that we can do that with. Assistant Superintendent Barrick, did you have something to add on that?
Yeah, thank you. And Commissioner Meyer, yes. So the plow tracker is something we've talked about and explored, and you have data in the automated vehicle tracking or vehicle management system that tracks the GPS. There are some hurdles there with privacy and union agreements that we only use the AVM for looking into matters. It's in our policy that we're not using it to track staff, so that's a policy revision that we would have to look at. But the other thing is the technological marriage of the AVM data to the ViewWorks data and being able to push it out publicly. So it's on our radar, it's on our list. We might be able to do a pilot on a route or two this year. But it's not something I think we're going to be able to lift the entire system this year.
Okay, well, I would very much like to have those conversations with labor to see if we can make that happen. I also wanted to ask, you brought up the budget issues. If you had, an extra $100,000 or $500,000 or something like that, how would you be using that? Would you be hiring more MEOs or more overtime? You mentioned it, so I'm just wondering specifically what it is that you would be looking for first.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I think one of the things that we would look at, certainly it's staff and equipment, and overtime, and but I think we can also look at some efficiencies, in routing again, and in those areas that might help us do more. If you gave me the money, I would deploy more people and equipment. We also have a fleet of four-wheel drive pickups that we could put plows on, that we don't now. It's a relatively high expense, but we're looking at maybe having a few plow trucks out there to see if we can increase productivity with that versus some of the other equipment that we have. So it's certainly on the radar, and something that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, and this is for Director Wiseman, if you're still on. Would CARES money or are there any other sources of money that might be able to specifically go to expanding trails for social distancing?
Commissioner Meyer and commissioners, the CARES money sunsets on December 31st, 2020, unless there is another stimulus package that comes out of the federal government after that.
Okay, so it all has to be spent before then?
Correct.
Can it be allocated to future expenditures, or it has to be gone?
No, it has to be gone.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Musich. And thanks for the report. It is fun to think about winter. So most importantly, though, thank you all of you out there, okay, for all the adaptations you're doing around COVID. I think that's just, you know, I can't say it enough, really. You're just doing a great job. So tell me, how many warming houses do we have? And have we had in the past?
Assistant Superintendent Barrick, I might have to have your help on that.
Yeah, Chairman, this is Commissioner Forney. With the 49 rinks, I believe we were at in the neighborhood of 40 some odd sites. And so we would have a combination of either a building warming room or we were renting trailers. And so when we went through the rink locations this year, one of our first things we looked at was usage, historical usage that's been reported. And then also we looked at areas where we've had to rent a trailer in the past in order to have a warming house. And so what we're planning to go down to this year is to have 2 warming rooms per service area. And then every rink will have, we through CARES funding, we've procured picnic tables and benches for, you know, rink side lacing. So the approach of 2 is something that's it's still a bit of a lift in terms of staffing, social distancing, and cleaning. But we felt it was important to still be able to offer a few in each service area, so that folks could, you know, if they have other limitations or if the picnic table bench option is too uncomfortable.
Thank you. And I bring it up just because that just really does scare me about, it puts so much more onus, I guess, you know, on all of you staff, you know, how to, the protocol. And you guys have all reinvented yourself and everything. So, and Lake of the Isles is probably the most idyllic, whatever place possible, I think, you know, for skating. But am I correct? It's possibly also one of the most expensive in the sense of hauling it in.
Chairman, this is
and then taking it out too.
Well, it is most expensive as an initial investment. So it's there's a crane operation that's required to bring it in. We own the trailer. The neighborhood association invested in fixing it up. Once it's in place, with, you know, besides the electricity, that's its initial cost. The other trailers run in the neighborhood of $1,200 to $1,400 a month. So you spread that out over 4 months, 3 months, you get into a comparable expense. So yeah.
Thank you for that clarity. Really, I had not put it in that perspective and everything. So thank you. See, now I think that's all I had there. And then also salt and sand just drives me nuts, and you know what it's doing, you know, to our environment, you know, to our lake quality, our water quality, and everything like that. So thank you so much for tracking that and training and educating, you know, staff about it, because I mean, you know, my pie in the sky vision and everything is to have all of our roadways, all of our trails, whatever, all heated by what's it called?
Geothermal.
Thank you. I mean, really, I just think, what is it? Someplace in Canada has that, and I just think that's like, whoa, you know, it just, I mean, yes, it's a huge investment, but you know, the payback for the environment is just tremendous. So anyway, but thank you for monitoring that. I really appreciate it, and I don't think I have any other questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Forney. You wanted to say something, Assistant Superintendent Barrick.
Yeah, Chairman, if I may, I just got a text from Larry Humphrey that we typically have 22 warming houses. And so recreation staffs the warming houses. We just clean them. So I apologize for that error, but it was 49 rinks with 22 warming houses. This year, we're going to go down to 39 rinks with about 10 warming houses.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thanks, Larry.
So I have a couple of questions now. I went through and made notes as we were going through the presentation, which was very comprehensive with the short notice that I gave you to pull that all together to help bring us up to speed as we enter into this COVID winter. I'm very intrigued by the idea of a pilot around the setup of the ice rinks. And I'm wondering if we can parlay that into a similar project at the end of the year around lessons learned debriefs around the taking down of those rinks as well, because I always reflect on how much money we invested in rehabbing McRae's athletic field and the amount of damage that our practices did, both with maintenance and the taking up and tearing down of the broomball fields in that location. So if we have an opportunity to share knowledge across the system around ways to limit and prevent that sort of impact to our athletic fields, that would be fantastic. Because I think taxpayers, when they invest in a field, they want to see it look really nice as long as it can. And to have a different season's sports negatively impact that really rapidly is not an encouraging thing to want to see us investing more in athletic field renovations. So if it's possible to do that, that would be great. The ice rink dashboard that you were talking about, the slide was really quick, so I didn't get a chance to consume the entire thing. Could we pull that back up for a moment?
Chair Musich, I missed the exact slide you were looking for.
Oh, the ice rink dashboard is near the beginning.
Yeah, it's quite a ways back.
It's like maybe the fourth slide.
Right there.
Thank you.
Back
One more.
one more.
Forward one. Oh.
There
Yes,
you go.
this one. Thank you. So is this going to be replaced? Like in previous seasons, we've had a Excel spreadsheet. Will this be replacing that Excel spreadsheet, or will we have both available while we figure out how accurate the new dashboard is?
Chair Musich, we can certainly do that transition. I'm not aware of that spreadsheet, but you know, the idea here is that we did this for water fountains and hand washing stations over the COVID, and we just thought that that was really a good way to share that information with our community, and you know, let's make it more of a positive thing rather than so the vision is just to, again, to have this visual that folks can go online and say, hey, here's where the rinks are, you know, here's where what the condition, some condition ranking. But I will check with our analyst team and talk to them about their vision for how this rolls out.
Okay.
And, you know,
this is certainly much easier to consume as
right.
as a user than the spreadsheet was. So if it's possible to just go live with this and not have to have the spreadsheet and know that this would be accurate, I think I would love that.
Yeah, I would say that the spreadsheet would be ancillary, that this would replace it. But if there's a you know, a need or a desire to have both, I would guess that we could probably do both.
I don't think we need to replicate the data if we're confident that it's going to be accurate on here.
Yeah.
And then I had a bunch of questions around potentially adding a fourth tier of snow clearing to areas beyond what we typically would do to just help with COVID, social distancing, and if we do see increased numbers of people. But it sounds as if you're planning for that already and that you would implement that if a need arises in areas where it is feasible to do so. Would that be an accurate summation of what you were telling us earlier?
Yeah, Chair Musich, we are definitely looking into it. You know, we're very early stages of that. We're you know, talking to our staff and trying to kind of analyze the difficult areas. There's some areas that we just can't get to for safety issues. But I think the thing that we're mostly concerned about is if we do add plowed areas, we don't want to, I mean, this seems very simplistic, but it can get pretty complex because we don't want to dead end somebody, right? You don't want to just stop plowing somewhere if it becomes dangerous or, so we'll be working with planning on that to do a quick review of, to take a look and see if there's, but again, that the MPCA issue, I think, is a real thing too. And they're, again, strongly discouraging additional plowed pathways. But I think we'll look into this eco-path concept as well. It's not necessarily maintained, but it allows for access. And I think that's something.
The pathways are open, but not full removal comment that you made earlier.
Yeah.
Eco-path.
Yes, and I think I think on that. Well, I think the kind of the cool thing there, it could be that there's some snowshoeing opportunities. There's some other activities that we could talk about that could be utilized or encouraged on something like that. And then it's not that high maintenance issue as well. But
does that mean we're not removing all the snow, we're just dragging it or something to make it be a flat surface for people to traverse?
It just came out and I haven't had a chance to dive into it too deeply, but yeah, I mean, I would think it would be more of a, they're saying it, think of it as more of a primitive path that can be walked on, snowshoed, creepers, and that would, it wouldn't increase the environmental impact that we're all concerned about, and that, and the limitation of plowing toward the lakes, you just can't do that. So I think it's an interesting concept, and again, we're really just in the initial stages of looking at this, and if there's some, so to speak, low-hanging fruit out there that we could maybe plow, we can certainly consider that. But again, there's a lot of issues that we'd have to work through on that, but we're definitely working on it to see what we can do.
Okay, fantastic. If you are able to update the board members with more information about the eco-path potential within the system and help us better understand what that is exactly, as you better understand it, that would be fantastic.
We will do that.
Thank you. And then Chris stole my question about a dashboard of plow routes. So thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for bringing that up. I think people would find that really helpful, especially folks that like to get out for a run as soon as we're done plowing. Right. I also was wondering, as you're talking through the more frequent updating of ViewWorks as our NEOs are working through the plow routes, are they required to interact with ViewWorks while they plow? Or does the ViewWorks tablet that they're doing the work on connect to GPS and auto close it for them as they get to the end of that route?
Commissioner or Chair Musich, no, there is some interaction while they're out in the field, but obviously they're instructed to stop. I mean, they're not doing this when they're actively driving up, right. That's a no-no. So, and as Assistant Superintendent Barrick mentioned, we do have the AVM system as well, and which is more of a real-time tracking. So it's timed. It's every 30 seconds or whatever it pings, so that you can track that. But we're not to that point with that system at this point. But with the ViewWorks, we can. There's certainly a timing there too, and we have those segments GPS, so we can do some interpretation on that data, so that we can do some some valuable tracking on that as well.
Okay, and so have we talked to ViewWorks about the feasibility of some sort of plugin that allows us to have this sort of functionality in the future if we work out the issues around needing to talk with the unions about not tracking them, but trying to help ease the burden of the bureaucracy that we've implemented to try to better communicate to the public when things have been completed so they can use them?
Yeah, Chair Musich, I'm not aware of that conversation. I don't know, Assistant Superintendent Barrick, I don't know if you have any information on that, but.
Chair Musich, what I say, I recall the analyst last year having a bit of a breakthrough on the plow tracker. Now, the specifics of that breakthrough, I can't remember if it was that they found ViewWorks could be married to our AVM software, or if they found that our AVM software could be married to a software like ViewWorks. And so one of the things that Jeff's first winter was with us, last year, January through February, really. So a bit of an unfair advantage here for him, and I don't mean to jump in, but what I'd say is, last year we did very finite segments of plow routes so that we could see and we could get a better sense of the timing of when things were plowed. And what we found was, we were asking the plow drivers then to either clear those work orders out on their break or before their break, or when they hit a point where it made sense to stop. So that proved to be somewhat cumbersome. The evolution this year is to pare down those routes into 15 or so, I think it said 15 segments or so, 16, whatever it was, where then they're asked to, still plow, right? We don't want them operating the vehicle and doing data and doing the technology, but pulling over, and clearing out the 15 routes as opposed to, I think we had 100 and some odd segments last year, if I remember right. It was quite cumbersome. And so to Commissioner Meyer's question about, are you able to say what time frame did you plow that within 24 hours? And we can say it with some level of confidence, but given the way the ViewWorks system was implemented last year, where some of those work orders were cleared out maybe several hours or a day later, and it was just when they had time to sit down and clear out the work order. And then there was a time where we got hit with, I think, 3 or 4 storms back to back, where we had to kind of administratively close out the first batch of work orders, create a new batch because the new storm had come. And there was probably some areas that we maybe didn't get to that second, third pass of clearing, widening. And so we don't have that, we don't have accurate data on that actually happening because a new event came in and we had to create new work orders. So
well, whatever we can do to streamline the data collection for our staff, I'd love to see us explore. As a programmer that deals with reporting and tracking tools every day as part of my life, people are way more likely to find the tool actually helpful for them and want to use it if you're able to ease the amount of interactions they have to have with it to get the reporting the management is asking for. So whatever we can do to enhance that, I'd love to see us implement. Thank you. The last question I had was around the signage that we're planning for the warming rooms. Are we going to be putting up information for users to let them know that they need to be wearing masks when they're inside, that they should be continuing to social distance whenever possible, all of the COVID best practices for indoor spaces? Have we looked into that and got a plan in place for what we're going to be telling people?
Chair Musich, I would probably defer to recreation staff on that, and I would just about guarantee that they will be doing that. I'm sure they will, but we have not. Yeah, we have not talked about that in asset management. So.
Okay, Assistant Superintendent Cox.
Good evening, Commissioners. Yes, good evening. Absolutely, we will be establishing protocols for COVID as we do with all of our programs before launching them. And we are busy trying to identify what the capacity of each of the warming rooms are so that we know if this space can hold 3 people at one time, 5 people at one time, and certainly we will insist on masks no matter what the capacity is.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for that additional detail. Commissioner Forney, did you have an additional question that you wanted to ask at this time? No.
All right.
No worries. I just didn't want to close us out if you still had questions. So thank you all for taking the time to come and talk to us today about how winter is going to work this year and the enhancements that have been made to the way that we do our work here in the park system. It's been really enlightening, and I hope everyone feels a lot more prepared for the questions I know we're going to get as snow starts to fly this season. So thank you again for your time. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to getting some updates on those items that are takeaways this evening. And with that, I will adjourn the Operations and Environment Committee. Back to you, President Cogill.
I think it's back to me.
Oh, is it?
That's correct, Commissioner Forney.
I'd like to reconvene the Admin and Finance Committee. And see now, I'm trying to find the agenda. Too many things sitting on my. We have the agenda up. I think that we're into the budget discussion. No, we have first we have our resolution regarding 7 pools. I'm gonna wait for us to all get teed up here.
Did you want someone to move the resolution, or are we getting a presentation first? Chair Forney.
Oh, if you've got the resolution in front of you, please do. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. On behalf of the Admin and Finance Committee, I'll move action item 2020-329, a resolution awarding a construction contract to Global Specialty Contractors, Inc. in the amount of $999,770 for the replacement of the 7 Pools fountain at Thomas Lowry Park. Bid event MPLMN number 1137, pending approval by the City of Minneapolis Procurement and Civil Rights Departments, and authorizing administrative use of a 10% construction contingency up to $99,977 for necessary construction change orders that may arise with the contract, and authorizing the use of $250,000 each year for a total of $750,000 from the MPP 20 Replace and Invest Construction Contingency Fund for years 2020 through 2022.
Whew.
That was a lot.
It was a lot. Thank you for reading it and everything. So any discussion on this resolution? Are we all out there, committee? Any discussion? I'm not.
Chair Forney, this is Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. If it's desired, I can do a very short, probably 2-slide presentation if it's useful.
2-slide? Sure. Yeah, please do.
Right. Secretary Ringel, if you can bring up the the presentation for the 7 pools. This is a project that is necessitated by the 100-year-old feature. It's basically falling apart. It's leaking water. We've had problems maintaining the pumps, and through the actions of the Friends of Thomas Lowry Park, we were able to get an assessment done of the feature. Here in this first slide, you can see a picture of it. It is 100 years old. It was, as we looked at how we could actually go about replacing this, it was the first time that we actually used 3D scanning photography to detail measure the features of this fountain, so that we could replace it nearly as it was as it exists today, and even taking some portions of what we call the rock theming. It's all made out of concrete, and make it look as it might have looked more like it looked when it was originally constructed. This is a project. If you go to the next slide, during Commissioner Musa's reading of the resolution, you'll note that it's an expensive project, but it's complicated. There are a number of basins and cascades that have to be reconstructed, and essentially It's the removal of the entire system, constructing a new base, pouring concrete, using or spraying concrete back in to very close tolerances, installing all new mechanical and electrical systems and re-landscaping portions of the park. This was a project that the Friends of Thomas Lowry did an analysis of before we started on this project, and found that it was really at a point in its lifetime where it needed to be replaced. Thomas Lowry Park is at near the end of the NPP 20 metrics, and we would be living with a probably unusable feature in the park by the time we would actually get to the point of replacing it. If you go to the next slide, it just summarizes the dollars we have here. It's important to note that the Lowry Hill Neighborhood Organization directed NRP funding in the amount of $300,000 to this project. The Friends of Thomas Lowry Park had a fundraising agreement which the board had approved some number of months ago, and it had a goal of $125,000. They've actually exceeded that goal and will be directing other portions of those dollars that they fundraise to other improvements within the park. And then for us, because there are so many components of this that fit under rehabilitation, when we look at mechanical, electrical, below grade infrastructure, park features, it was easiest for us to look at this as construction contingency funds. And that you can see that the contract of just under $1 million with Global Specialties will allow this to be reconstructed next year. This Global Specialties is a contract that we've worked with on many of our wading pools. But I will tell you, none of us have done a project nearly so complicated as this, and that's why having the 3D scanning survey completed becomes important. We have really close tolerances and lots of photography demonstrating how we want this to be reconstructed so that it matches as closely as possible the feature that exists out there. With the funding that's approved, if this is approved through the board, we will be starting the work on this project next spring.
Thank you. 2 slides. Wow. I didn't time it, but hey, darn good. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I'm glad that we got the presentation. I wanted to thank the Neighborhood Association and the Friends of the Park for recognizing how beloved this element is to this park and stepping up to make sure that the project could be funded fully, so it could be done properly, so that people can enjoy the beauty of the 7 pools for the next 100 years as well. It's a really intergenerational gift that they've given to the system, and I wanted to say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I guess I'm going to echo the same thing. Thank you to the Neighborhood Association for your filling the gap, I guess is one way of saying it. And I'm saying that because I know this park very well, and it is in such a degraded situation that if it were to wait until NP20, they came up on the matrix and everything like that, it would be more like a sandbox, I guess is probably the best way of saying it. So it is so important, so critical that we have these private-public partnerships. I mean, I look at like the 26th Avenue overlook. That would have never, ever, ever have even happened, been on anybody's radar if the Parks Foundation had not been able to move General Mills to donate $1 million to that. And then we look at, what's happened with the bonding bill and everything that activated that at all. And so I hear what the Friends of Thomas Lowry Park have done is just, it's a huge lift for all of us, for the system, and it makes it that we're able to take, you know, our taxpayer dollars and put them in other areas that so critically need these. So I'm just so grateful. I know that there's many people that were involved in this, but I'm going to point out in particular, Craig Wilson, thank you for your visions and everything, and Elizabeth Schaefer. My understanding is you're very instrumental in the fundraising process. Thank you both. We do appreciate this and look forward to things happening this next coming year. So many things to look forward to next year. So with that, will the secretary please call the roll?
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice
Aye.
Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. So big discussion now, and that is about the superintendent's recommended 2021 budget discussion. I guess I'll start out by saying it sounds like ignorance, naivete, you know, I don't know, whatever you want to say, but I really, truly put out of my mind the fact that the 3 commissioners on this committee did have meet about the budget. I'm sincerely apologetic and so grateful that we were able to come up with some very good questions, and I appreciate, you know, staff and their response. And I guess I will just comment that I look forward to other commissioners bringing forward their questions by next Wednesday, I believe it is, that are due, because this gives staff the opportunity to respond in depth instead of here in committee purely just doing these pop questions on them. So anyway, sorry, I didn't look to see if we've got some hands up. I don't see any hands up. Amazing. So any discussion on the budget? I'm not seeing any hands yet. No? Oh, wait a second, Commissioner Musich, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Forney. We had asked if it would be possible to add a goal of identifying a package of projects for the 2021 bonding bill package that we would be preparing in 2021 to help accelerate the implementation of resiliency projects that will reduce the maintenance burden caused by assets being impacted by climate change. This is something that I've talked about extensively over the past couple of years with my colleagues as being something that I really feel we need to be prioritizing so that it can get into the budget, get into the bonding queue, so we can work on educating the representatives and from around the state about, I'm sorry, I worked elections really late last night and my brain is just, anyhow, I would love to see us working towards preparing this for a bonding package. And I don't know if everyone had a chance to read the response from staff about that request, but essentially there just is not staff time potentially to work on this additional initiative while also achieving the other things we've already put on their plate. So are there any additional strategic planning efforts that commissioners would be willing to delay so that we can focus some attention on this effort? And I'd be interested in hearing from all of my colleagues, not necessarily just the ones on this committee. Thank you.
Any comments from or staff that can weigh in on that particular question as far as queuing up the bonding? I'm not seeing anything. Okay.
Chair Forney and Commissioner Musich.
Thank you,
Thank you. I've had a really good conversation with the executive team. I've taken my conversation with Commissioner Musich and wholeheartedly understand that. And we had a very robust conversation about that with the executive team. We are currently working on that. We have our IGRA, Pamela Kokemeyer, is working on that also. So we are paying attention to that. And as soon as we have more strategic plans around that and what we're going to be doing, we can bring that forward. So we have begun the process of that, and we are discussing those initiatives.
Okay, so there's a potential if we were to amend the budget to add this goal that it's not an impossible ask.
Chair Forney, Commissioners, that's correct.
Okay, well, that's really exciting to hear because we are like decades behind in implementing these sorts of changes within the system. And I would love to see us be able to accelerate them, both to reduce the burden on our maintenance budgets, as well as ensure that we're providing the residents of Minneapolis with assets that are available to them, no matter how crazy the weather gets for us. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing Commissioner Bourne hand up.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I'm glad we're provided the opportunity to have this conversation in the light of day. I guess my first question is just to the chair, and then I do have some comments on the budget, since again we're provided this opportunity. Chair Forney, are you aware of the members that are on your committee?
Yes, Commissioner Bourne, I definitely am aware. It's not something, though, I walk around every day with my agenda, being that I am on the majority of the committees. Which one and where, I am not always ever present thinking of that, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that candid answer, Commissioner Forney. I guess to my comments on the budget, I think the superintendent was presented with a very difficult set of parameters, and again, in some put forward a pretty good effort and may not have been set up to succeed. But I appreciate a lot of the work that's in here. I do have some, there's some things that I really love in the budget, and I think some pretty innovative moves. In particular, I'm appreciative of the realignment of the community outreach department, and I think that there's some good moves that are in there. If the superintendent is given a chance to implement those, that it will address some, will still allow us to carry out all of the important work that department is doing, but just looking at a different and hopefully more robust way to do that. I have some mixed feelings about it, but I think that's Al, you're brought in to make some hard decisions, and that's one that I'd like to see you have the chance to implement. There are, conversely, for feedback, there are some things that I'm less excited about, and I haven't made my mind up yet, because again, I'm trying to have these conversations in a transparent way in the public eye. But I will say I have a little bit of concern just from working in the philanthropic sector for as long as I have. The increase in maybe the belief in Santa Claus that that is in this budget, that we're just going to get more grants, where staff have for a long time been pretty successful in alternative sources of funding. There just isn't that much more philanthropic funding out there, and I'm a little bit nervous about investing tens and tens of thousands of dollars to chase maybe thousands of dollars in grants. a lot of foundations right out of the gates won't fund government entities. So that might even be, if we were looking at trying to increase our philanthropic investment, a better investment might actually be in increased support to the Parks Foundation that can receive grants.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Yeah, I will wrap it up momentarily here, Commissioner Forney. My other, so I have a little bit of concern about the I have a little bit of concern about the grant writers, the grant writing position. I do have some concern about the cutting of our trainee program. I think that closes some avenues to. Commissioner Forney, you've already had an opportunity to secretly meet about the budget, and this is one of our only opportunities to talk about this.
Of 3 minutes is up, and so please shut up his microphone, and you can be called upon.
Is there anybody? I'll wait if there's somebody else that wants to talk about the budget, but it didn't look like there was anybody. So,
is there anybody else who wishes any more questions to it? And I'm sorry, yes, President Coghill.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I will speak just briefly. I submitted some of my questions, or the questions that I had at the time regarding the budget, and many of them focused on some of these frontline positions, notably some concerns around the equity impacts of removing the trainee positions that were and have been a priority of this board the last couple of years, and I think Commissioner Bourne mentioned just now as well. That is a priority for me. I do want to get some clarity as well on any unintended impacts or consequences to other reductions that are associated with the staff that provide day-to-day services, especially any impacts to our young people. So I'll continue to be looking at that. At first glance, I do really praise staff and the superintendent for the hard work in thinking about a transformative and nimble 2021 when we have so many unknowns. And I also want to note how important and effective it was, I think, by the superintendent to think about having and convening conversations with staff at all levels around the budget, around priorities, because it's critical that we have a bottom-up approach to transformative change. And it's critical that major changes certainly need to be led, but also need to be ones that are bought into by the organization. And having those conversations, I think, provides a great starting place and undergirds that transformative change to actually be realized, as opposed to being dictated and then not more slowly being realized or not being realized in the same way. So I'm appreciative of that, and I take that into consideration when I'm thinking about alterations and changes to the budget. And I'll leave it at that for right now. Thanks for letting me speak.
Certainly. Commissioner Bourne for a second time.
Thank you again, Chair Forney. Just to continue on my thoughts, since it doesn't seem like there's a lot of folks that want to weigh in right now, because some have already had the opportunity to do so. I do have some concerns, just wrapping up on the employee training program. I hope that that's something we can go back and revisit. I do have to go back to the point where our planning staff have done outstanding work the last few years, and I believe we now have master plans for everything in the system. That does bring up a very difficult question of kind of what is next for work in that department, and that might be in areas we're trying to make difficult decisions. If we're managing through attrition on a lot of frontline employees that do the day-to-day service, I do get a little bit nervous about making sure that that is reflective across the entire organization. And I still think that there is an opportunity for a massive increase in investment in youth. Commissioner Severson has brought up the violence that is plaguing his side of the community, and is pleading for help. I mean, we're feeling that across the city right now, and we are the best resource to be able to address that in a holistic way. And I think we need to, the superintendent, you've done a good job of preserving funding for this board's highest priority, but I think that we need to double and triple down on the investment in now more than ever in the resources that we're providing our youth. And you've been given some difficult frameworks around funding to do that. So, I mean, I will be looking for some sources of that funding within the budget in the days ahead. But again, Superintendent, thank you for your work so far. Commissioner Forney, thank you for allowing the board to have the opportunity to weigh in on this. And hopefully we will be able to come together on a budget that fulfills the values of what I think this board is, which is increasing our investment in youth. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'm just going to once again encourage really all commissioners to please submit your questions, your comments, whatever, to staff by next Wednesday. The questions that did come back from staff, I'm very excited about the forestry preservation coordinator, and then the two different forestry whatever that seems to be continue funding. I want to thank staff, particularly Annie and Corky, for the insight on the better alignment with customer service. The trees, the comment of that the climate change must be multifaceted and share among many jurisdictions. I'm hopeful that we can, work forward on that. And there was another comment I have here, but I particularly to me was very intriguing in reviewing the budget is the differences between permanent cuts and COVID cuts. I think that staff has distilled that very, very well as far as holding vacant until we will move on from COVID. Right. Anyway, so and having the ability of when things can be then ramped up again. So I really appreciate that clarity and understanding, how you're approaching the budget. So thank you very much on that. And I'll just say it again, please, all commissioners, if you could get questions in to staff so that they can respond respectfully, I would really appreciate it. And I don't see any other hands. So I am going to move on to our next discussion item, which is about the employee survey. And Deputy Superintendent is take the floor.
Thank you, Chair Forney and Commissioners. Let me just pull this up so you can see it full screen. Chair Forney, Commissioners, tonight I'm going to share with you the employee survey that was conducted in 2019. This survey has been widely shared with staff. There were some commissioner questions included in this survey that haven't been shared with staff, and we had been waiting to share them with staff until the commissioners had seen them. So some of the information we present tonight will be new to staff as well, but most of it will be information that staff has been working with since the survey was completed in 2019. In addition to going over some of the results with you, I also guess I have to be done if the buzzer's going. But in addition to going over the results from 2019, I'll also take some time to talk through 2 previous studies, one that was done in 2012 and one that was done in 2015, in particular the aspects of those that were related to governance, leadership, and relationship maybe between the superintendent and the board. You certainly will be welcome to revisit both of those documents in their entirety, but I'll try to, for the sake of time, keep it just to those aspects that might help understand how we got to asking questions regarding the commissioners. And then some next steps, where we have gone since this survey was completed. We used the company Perceptix. Perceptix is the same company that the city of Minneapolis uses to implement their employee survey. This is the first one that I know of, so spanning about 20-some years, that was done in this type of a format. Most of our other studies that I'm aware of were done more interviews, small groups, maybe some level of survey work, but for the most part was very, wasn't available to everybody in the organization to be able to weigh in on it. Let me see here. It sounds like we're getting some feedback. 1 second. I don't know. Commissioner Colgill, you might still have a host control if you could. All right. So the employee survey window itself was between April 18th and May 5th of 2019. During that time, we sent a total of 7 emails. As individuals completed the survey, they didn't receive follow-up emails. So some individuals might have only received 1 email. Others might have received as many as 7. And the final information, the data analysis was completed by Perceptix on May 16th and presented to the executive team on May 23rd. We used the next month or so after that to be presenting the information out to staff across the organization. And eventually that also translated to directors working directly with their departments on the data that might be specific to their departments. We had a response rate of 64%, not as high as we would ideally like this to be. Perceptix let us know that it's not uncommon for the first time you administer this type of a survey for the response rate to be relatively low. Individuals don't have a lot of experience with it yet. They might not trust it. They might not think it's going to be acted upon, and so the response rate might be low the first time out. 592 individuals were invited, and 377 completed it. Some of the key strengths that we saw are actually very similar to key strengths that came out in those previous studies. We tend to see a very high pride in the organization. Employees tend to really appreciate the work that they do in terms of the product they deliver to the community, the programs and services we deliver. And we also knew, based on those strengths, 80% of employees intended to stay with the park board for at least the next 12 months. Employees reported strong relationship with their supervisors and employees, or between supervisors and employees, and they felt their supervisors were approachable. Employees are 83% favorable towards being aware of the MPRB's mission and vision, and I will say that is actually an increase from some of the things we had seen coming out of interviews and previous reports. And they understand how their work is linked to the overall goals of the MPRB. At the end of the survey, they had to type in, I think it was 3 to 5 words that describe the culture of the MPRB, and the top 3 were fun, friendly, and diverse. There were opportunities, as we would always expect, for improvement. Most of those opportunities focused around communication. They were identified as our lowest favorability score came on honest two-way communication at the park board. The lack of communication fed some negative perceptions and how valued individuals felt for their accomplishments and how they saw themselves in the organization moving forward. We had, on one hand, real strong relationships between supervisors and employees, and on the other hand, we had employees not feeling like their supervisors were demonstrating that they were important to the success of the MPRB. Perceptics told us that they commonly see a pattern like that when you have a workforce who has really great rapport with their supervisor, but that supervisor might not be giving all of the constructive feedback the employee feels they need to be successful. So that's usually what causes that kind of differentiation. We asked a total of 60 questions to most employees, 57 to all employees. There were 3 commissioner questions that were asked primarily to individuals who were anticipated to have some level of relationship with commissioners. You can see on this graphic, the engagement index was the highest, so 78.9%. So those questions that were linked toward how engaged an employee felt in the workforce received the most favorable. And then it goes down to pride of the park board, customer service, supervisor relationship, clarity of direction, equity index, inclusion, recognition and reward, growth and development, performance management, continuous improvement. And then where you start to see we are dropping close to that 50% favorable mark is that continuous improvement, communication index, teamwork, and resources and support. The commissioner questions were at a 10.6% favorability. Overall, across the questions, we were at 63% favorability. By working with a company like Perceptics, we have the opportunity that they can take the questions that are asked in our survey and look across the industry to see how we rate to other organizations, companies, government agencies that are similar to who we are in the work that we do. So that leads us to be able to look at how we rate our overall with a Perceptics benchmark. So our top 5 favorability items, based on the answers to the questions that were asked, were that they're aware of the MPRB's mission and values, that the immediate supervisor is approachable, that work gives a feeling of personal accomplishment, and tend to stay with the department or office for at least the next 12 months, and understand how my work links to the goals of the park board. So you can see here our overall scores in relation to the Perceptics benchmark. So we were a little low in relation to other of our type in the first one, but then, for example, higher in the feeling of personal accomplishment. The questions that we were most above the benchmarks of Perceptics, so that we were rating better to the industry benchmark that they have, are the questions, some of them repeated from that top 5, the feeling of personal accomplishment, balancing of work and personal life, customer problems get corrected quickly, immediate supervisor supports ongoing training and development, and understanding how work ties to the goals of the MPRB. So of course we look at the flip side of this as well, in the category of the bottom 5 favorability items in relation to that Perceptics benchmark, as well as the questions that were most below the benchmarks. So the items that were the lowest 5, where there is honest two-way communication. I believe feedback from the survey will be used to make improvements. There is an effective cooperation across departments. Where I work, we have enough people to get the work done. And where I work, we are told of upcoming changes in time to prepare for them. Questions that were most below the benchmark are similar to those top 5. The primary difference is the additional one, in my department, all employees have equal access for advancement. We also look at the major categories across the 5 divisions of the Minneapolis Park Board. So we've got planning, we've got support services or the deputy's office, which would include IT and customer service and HR and finance. We have recreation services. We have the external relations or the superintendent's office, which would include communications, our police department, and community outreach, and then environmental stewardship. And you can see how those 5 departments and the responses from the employees within those departments line up across the different questions that were asked, or the groups of questions that were asked. This gets back to the top 3 to 5 words. As it was reported earlier, the top 3 are fun, friendly, diverse. But you can see on the 4th one, toxic begins to come into it. Words like challenging become, enter into it. And perceptics, you know, while you wouldn't want folks to feel an environment was toxic or challenging, do say that it helps reflect that you're probably getting a wide range of respondents with different experiences within the organization. So suggested that this would be an indicator that you didn't hear just from everybody who loved the organization or everybody who was concerned with where the organization was at. So there were 3 commissioner questions. One was commissioners model MPRB values, commissioners communicate the reasons for business decisions, and commissioner communication is appropriate with staff. And you can see how the favorability, the neutral, and the unfavorable responses were reflected there. Again, these were asked of about 100 out of the 500 staff that were invited to do this survey, and they were primarily individuals who would have, as part of their work roles, interactions with commissioners. I won't go through each of these individually because these would be the other 57 questions, but I'll at least scan through them and touch on a few of them. So the first 5, we would have already gone through. Those were our top 5 favorability. And then we have, following that, I'm proud to be at the MPRB and cooperate to get the work done. In this next grouping is where some of our racial equity questions started to come into play. Advancing racial equity is a priority of the MPRB, and racial equity is a value of the organization. Those are 2 questions that we asked specifically to help see if the work we've been doing with our racial equity plan was translating into it being an understood priority of the organization. As we scan through these, we continue to stay in the medium to low 70s in terms of favorability, and it takes a little while. So we hit below 70 when we talk about department is actively working to strengthen its relationship with the communities we serve, and safety in the workplace, whether that's a priority, and whether an individual has the support they need to give good customer service. Moving on to the next slide here, there's some questions around confidence in their future at the department, whether or not the standards of what they produce and the quality that they are meant to produce it at is well understood, whether ideas and suggestions count, whether they have confidence in department leaders, and then satisfaction with overall work environment is the last one on that page. On this slide, you can see we're starting to be in that mid to high 50% in terms of favorability. Topics on here are whether or not individuals are held accountable, whether or not a diversity of perspectives are valued, whether or not there's a strong track record of hiring from diverse backgrounds, whether an individual feels employed as an employee of the MPRB, and an interest in applying for that they are interested in applying for promotional opportunities at the MPRB. We still stay in the 50s for at least one more slide here. So a few items here focusing on recognition, whether there's a promising future, ability to access resources, whether or not leaders have the ability to deal with the challenges we face, whether there's good communication. Again, we're starting to hit some of the communication items, which were some of the lowest favorability ones in the survey. This is the final slide of those organizationally wide asked questions, and you can see the 5 low favorability which we had discussed before, mostly around communication and cooperation. Also questions around whether there's a selection process for projects is fair, if there's equal opportunities for advancement, and then the distribution of information across the organization. So many of the questions that we selected to ask were based on an environmental and organizational analysis that was completed in 2012. Kind of thinking back in the time of our organization, 2012 would have been about a year and a few months after the Superintendent Miller had arrived at the organization. There had been a couple years before that a change in leadership on the board. And so a few of the questions that were really targeted on this was looking at how the board and superintendent were interacting and how the board had transformed since that previous election. This particular one was done through interviews, and you'll see here that it wasn't just interviews of staff, it also included interviews with commissioners, it included interviews with neighborhood representatives, and it included interviews with interest groups. So this was intended to be, like it articulates, more of an organizational survey to see how we were doing, not just internally, but externally as well. The strengths and opportunities section of this report talks a little bit about leadership and governance. The report out at that point was that the appearance of change in the board's membership relationships and behaviors, there was an appeared change in how the board was relating with each other, at least in the public. I'm taking this directly from the report. Improved working relationships between the board and the superintendent, and that the cross-jurisdictional relationships had appeared to improve substantially. There were areas in this document that talked about barriers and areas for growth. And one of the pieces that came out was that those interviews commented that the purpose, direction, and priorities of the MPRB remained unclear, which is a contrast to what we had seen in the most recent survey, where individuals were starting to better understand what the mission, the goals, and how their work related to it. This particular work had really pointed to there being a lack of clarity in those areas. One of the pieces that came out in that 2012 study was this concept of the role of the superintendent and the role of the board. There was a lot of conversation at that time about this, and this particular researcher laid out that there are a few key areas that only the board can do. Ambassadors for the organization, steward for the organization's resources, trustees of the organization's mission, vision, values, and goals, champion to all of the city's citizens. At the time, that was some of the key message that researcher wanted to deliver to that board at that time. And also reflected that there were a few questions that seemed to come up throughout interviews. One of them was, what to do for an individual when their supervisor gave one set of directions and a board member contacted them and gave a different set of priorities, trying to do staff reporting that they were having a hard time determining which direction to take. What to do when board members approach staff and discuss either other staff and or the administration that was putting folks at the time in an uncomfortable spot. And what to do when board members make promises to community members that are outside identified priorities and put additional pressure on human and financial resources. In 2015, so this would have been still Superintendent Miller, and we would have actually transitioned into the second year after an election. So there would have been some board composition change between that previous one and this one. And it was initially intended to be a climate and culture report and to build off of that 2012 document. As the researchers got into it, they realized they wanted to do and needed to do a more up-to-date and accurate snapshot of the current culture, that the 2012 data wasn't perhaps as relevant as it needed to be at that time. This work was focused all internally. There wasn't an external aspect of it. It included senior leadership, directors, middle managers, supervisors and leaders, and employees are what I think this researcher would have probably related to frontline employees that in the way we talk about it today. At the time, there were some key pieces that came out of this in relation to commissioners. Again, there are many other items. I'm just pulling out the ones that are commissioner governance related so that the through line to the current questions are understood. So employees reported that commissioners have too much say in daily decisions about which they have little or no knowledge. Employees stated concerns about what they feel is a reactionary nature to the commissioner's involvement and the need to please the public immediately. Employees reported that the superintendent has a style of micromanagement. So transitioning back to 2019 with a little bit of that history, of course, these results all came out pre-COVID. They were data collected when our now Superintendent Bangora had been in his seat for about 4 to 5 months. Commissioners had been in their seats for about a year and a quarter. So we were still undergoing a considerable amount of transition as an organization as we were adjusting to leadership changes. And now we are in a spot where we've been through a pretty intense year. But at the time, we had taken department heads and they reviewed the data. We worked then with the superintendent's leadership team, which is all of our directors and executive team, to identify key questions for action planning. And those directors and division heads also worked with the folks within their individual divisions to determine what to focus on from an action plan perspective. The key area that was chosen to focus on, and Perceptics really encouraged us to just choose 1 or 2 key areas so that we could demonstrate progress. We chose effective cooperation across departments, and by earlier this year, we had gotten into action planning and we were well on our way. Now, COVID has disrupted a considerable amount of this work, but it does, I think, influence a lot of how the superintendent in particular has tried to approach communications and work through this budget, even if we haven't been able to use kind of that initial methodology on how we were going to be implementing that action plan. And I think we're hoping to get back to that very shortly so that as we prepare for our next round of survey, we can make some advancements, especially in this area of effective cooperation that we've identified. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Ringel. I'm not seeing any hands, but I have a feeling that they will. Oh, they are. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Forney. Is it possible to get the summary report provided by Perceptics sent to us so that we can read a more in-depth analysis than the high-level summary that we were provided this evening?
Commissioner Musich, we can send you the materials that we've given today, any of the materials that we've been providing out to staff. Perceptics lives primarily as a database. So, you know, what we have from them is the ability to look at the data in multiple different ways. And so there isn't like one full report that tells you every aspect of it. It's more of a scenario where we ask questions into it about how is one work group responding to a set of questions versus another work group.
Oh, okay.
I can send you every. I can send you everything.
That, and then if I had additional questions, I guess I can follow up with you directly. I appreciate the need to focus on a small subset of what our staff has brought to us as concerns about the functioning of the institution. I found the feedback about commissioners particularly alarming. We're supposed to be directing the policies that help this organization do its work, and it appears that there's very serious problems with the way that we do that work. So what's being done to help address the concerns that were brought to light as part of this survey to try to make the working environment for folks that have to interact with commissioners more of a positive experience for our employees?
I don't know if Superintendent Bangora wants to step in on this one as well. But I think Commissioner Musich, remembering that the employees have not seen this data yet. The intent was to share that portion of the data with staff after commissioners had seen it, and we've gotten delayed in getting this information out. So I think with all of the other data in the survey, we tend to look at it and say, okay, what can we do together to help address some of those issues? And that would likely be the next step with the commissioner data as well. Certainly from an executive team level, as we've discussed it, we recognize that part of it is how the information commissioners are sharing about priorities is being distilled into the documents and the communications that we put out internally in the organization. So we see that we have a role to help bridge some of those aspects where staff are saying that they might not understand the directions or some of the intentions of the policy being put forward by the board. But most of the work on that is yet to come because this data has not been shared with staff yet.
And we intend to do, after we try to enhance some of the problem areas that have been identified in this survey, do we intend to do a follow-up survey to see whether or not the approaches that we've elected to take as an institution are truly improving the work experience for our employees?
Commissioner Musich, I appreciate that question as well, because it reminds me of a key thing I didn't say at the beginning. When we contracted with Perceptics, we actually contracted with them for 3 surveys, intending that we would do one every couple of years using very similar questions to be able to measure change over time. And that is in part what puts this survey as different than some of the interviews or report type systems that we've had in the past, is that it actually allows us to measure against the same questions over time.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear that we do intend to continue to engage with our employees in a way that allows them to provide some feedback that doesn't require them going through their manager. It's as an employee of a large corporation that's regularly surveyed to determine my satisfaction with my job experience, and seeing how that very deliberate focus on issues that are deemed to be most important really do play out in future surveys. I'm glad to see that the Park Board has taken that route of trying to build upon what we learned. And I'm hopeful that the senior leadership team, as they do start working on trying to address things that people have brought up as concerns, that we do collaborative work with small groups as well, so that teams have an ability to say, okay, yep, of those things, here's something that I think we should be working on because it's going to have the biggest impact for me. Because when you give people that authority to help improve their work experience, you find that people have a lot more buy-in to really making that happen. So just an idea to consider. Thank you.
Superintendent, did I see that you wanted to maybe say something, or am I misinterpreting? So I apologize.
Commissioner Forney, I was just nodding to Commissioner Musich's comments in agreement, and I think the Jennifer's answer was well said. And so, yeah, again, I have nothing at this point to add, but we have work to do.
We do, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, but I will, concur with Commissioner Musich that we, the commissioners, should be alarmed by the results of the survey, and how we all can proactively bring the, I don't know if this is the right word, but anxiety level for staff, I think is paramount. I would encourage executive staff that there's ways that they, see how we as commissioners can reduce that anxiety. I would really appreciate it. I think it's just we all need to look at ourselves and how we contributed to that, and how we can lessen it. I just have to say I've always had what should we say? It's a semantics issue that this organization is called the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, not system, and so everything is referred to as the board, which is really 9 people. And I wish that we could separate the two, because we 9 members are not the whole of the system, as I'm saying. So separating those, I said, no, the board does this and the system does that. They hopefully are in touch, but per this, first of all, I have to applaud that I've always been very proud of how proud our staff is to be working for this organization, and it shows on a daily basis. And I'm pleased that the survey is bringing that out. So, but constructive ways that we as a board or commissioners can address the issues that have come out of the survey would be very much appreciated. And I look forward to us teeing up to have another survey done perhaps in the next year. So thank you all. Like I say, oh, wait a second. I apologize. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I think that there is some good information in this report, and some I think there's some lessons to be learned. I think there's a lot more good in it than opportunities for improvement. I mean, one of the things that I look at is in the middle of a booming economy when this survey was administered, and people vote with their feet when they're unhappy, and people come to the park board and they work here for life when given the opportunity. So I would really put that into context of the things that we have to improve upon. I think that there is some opportunity for that communication between the board and staff to improve with some clarity, but I also want to be careful as to how that data is being read and the consistencies in which that's being read, because I know, and maybe one thing right off the bat to improve is the Superintendent Bangora. Just how big is your leadership team? Like 6, 7 people?
Well, we have 4. We have, of course, the deputy superintendent plus the 3 assistant superintendents.
So and deputy superintendent, I'm assuming that the questions around commissioner and staff interaction was asked to more than just those 4 occupants of those positions at the time of the survey, right?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Bourne, absolutely. So of the 500 some individuals who were invited, about 100 of them received the additional commissioner questions. So it was individuals who were in supervisory type roles or who were in positions that, whether or not supervisory, would be most likely to interact with commissioners based on their job duties.
So thank you, Deputy Superintendent. I mean, I think the biggest area for improvement there, which is something that I certainly failed at during my time leading the board, and I haven't seen us make much improvement in these last 11 months, is just the consistency of our leadership and where we interact and where we don't. And I will remind commissioners that we have a board rule that we have all agreed to, that our interaction should be with the superintendent and 4 people. And if I'm hearing that 100 people in the organization have interaction with commissioners, that's certainly inconsistent. I mean, I'd be happy to go through all of my communications for the last 12 years on the board, and it is 99.5% of it is with 4 to 5 people, which is what's stated in our board rules. So I mean, we've had some pretty inconsistent examples of that, like in the last year. I know, like, a commissioner had been invited to participate on a hiring panel, for example, and that wasn't that commissioner's fault. They were invited by staff members, but that, like, again, something that should never have happened. And why it was selected with one commissioner and not another, I mean, there's just some really inconsistent areas that I think we as a board have to work to maintain that consistency among ourselves. I listen to any staff member that approaches me, but I do my best not to provide direction or opinion. I just listen and then try to pass that on. Being involved in the day-to-day work is highly inappropriate. I mean, the superintendent may invite us to, like, I think I've sat in some meetings with staff when Al has been in the room, or Mary has been in the room, or Jane has been in the room. But outside of that, I mean, I think the first thing we can do is make that commitment to each other to have that consistency. And then I think our leadership staff that are represented in our board rules should also be making that pledge to that consistency of where that delineation either exists for every commissioner or it exists for none. And I think we run into this point where sometimes the board picks winners and losers, and sometimes staff picks winners and losers, and then that communication becomes incredibly inconsistent, and I think may lead to some of the results that we're seeing in that survey there. But in the future, that really should be a question that should be asked for the 4 people who, in our board rules, unless that's expanded, are the folks that we've agreed amongst each other that we're going to interact with on a day-to-day basis. So again, thank you, Superintendent, for you and for Mary and Jennifer for leading the work on this. I think there's some really important lessons. I think there's some data in there that we can be proud of and continue to improve on. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands up, so I am going to adjourn the meeting. The committee. It's yours. Commissioner Meyer, are you out there?
I believe it's actually,
Is it mine now?
Chair Vita, yes.
Oh, that's right, because you're here. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm awake, Commissioner Meyer. The time being, oh, what time is it? 10:29 p.m. I would like to call to order the November 4th, 2020 meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's Park Police Governance, Operations, and Oversight Committee. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan. Vice President and Chair Vita.
Present. I would ask for
You
a
have a
motion.
quorum.
Sorry. I would ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Will the secretary please take a roll on approval of agenda?
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Severson, I wasn't able to see you.
Aye.
Still, the video still didn't work. Let's see. Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Vice President and Chair Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
I think Commissioner
Chair-
Severson may have technical difficulties. I think.
Okay. Chair Vita, I have 3 ayes, 1 absent, and 1 with no visual.
Okay. I would ask for a motion for approval of the minutes of Wednesday, October 7th, 2020.
So moved.
Will the secretary please take the roll on approval of the minutes?
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Vice President and Chair Vita.
Aye.
I have 3 ayes, 1 absent, and 1 voice only.
We have a study report item that Mr. Shane Stencil is going to provide for us. Mr. Stencil, are you ready? I see you now.
Here. Wait for that to pull up by Deputy Ringgold. If you could put up the slide show. Okay. Thank you, Vice President Vita and commissioners, for the opportunity this evening to present event and safety security study report. Next slide, please. Tonight I'll provide a current permit overview around safety and security for permitted events, qualified decision-making around safety and security, current requirements, input from event sponsors, summary, and recommendations and discussion. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a 9-year kind of snapshot of hours by month that officers are required for, needed for extra duty. A couple things that kind of stand out, as you can see. We have events that are year-round. So we have needs that start January 1. We really ramp up starting in May. June, July, and August are heavy months. September still fairly heavy, and that starts slowing down. One thing you'll notice is that over the last 5 years, we're starting to see an increase in events, particularly on the weekends, or I'm sorry, on the bookends, November and December, and January and February. You also notice that in 2014, in June, July, and August, we had some major spikes, and again in 2016. This caused us to have some internal conversations about what our capacities really are around special events and policing. And at that point, we started really looking at turning events away because we didn't have the capacity to provide the safety and security needed for those events. Next slide, please. 2020 being a COVID year, we lost 100%, or close to 100% of our events that required safety and security starting in March. So what I'm presenting tonight is more of a snapshot from 2019. In 2019, we had 347 permitted events using extra duty police for 5,633.75 hours and 1,020 officer shifts. An officer shift is the time that the officer works. So this is per officer we need. A normal shift is a 4-hour minimum. It could be up to 10 to 12 hours, but on average is about 6 to 8 hours per shift. We had about 65% used by the Minneapolis Park Police, and relied on the Minneapolis Police Department for the other 35% in hours and in shifts needed. Next slide, please. Of those 347 total events, 244 were private events for serving alcohol. These would be like Nicollet Island Pavilion, Worth Pavilion, Worth Chalet, Columbia Manor, Loring Park. These are typically weddings. As you can see, it's about 70% of the total events that we do that we permit. However, it really is about 25% of the total extra duty hours and officers needed for these events. Keep a note that we've added the trailhead over the last couple of years as another venue. Now with the new ordinance that was, or the state legislation change, the Sculpture Garden and Boom Island come into play for private events. And as we look at other properties throughout the park board, we are looking at offering the opportunity for private events, particularly at some of the rec centers. So with that, 70% was covered by park police for total hours and officer shifts. And we relied on about 30% MPD to cover those extra and shifts. Next slide, please. Again, with a 347, 103 were public events. When we talk about public events, we're talking about races, traffic control, so walks, runs, races, beer gardens, general security for festivals, overnight security, money details, etc. Extra duty hours, again, while this was only 30%, was about 75% of the total extra duty hours required, along with about 75% of the officer shifts. Minneapolis Park Police covered 63 of those, and we relied on the help of MPD for 37%. I should note that out of these 103 public events, we served about 1.5 million participants and a revenue a little over $1 million on these 103 public. Next slide, please. So when you break down the 103 permitted events, 54% had some sort of traffic related, was related to traffic control. So again, races, walks, runs, that type of thing, and festivals as well. 43 was public events, including some sort of alcohol service, and 39% was security, just general security. Again, overnight security, money details, that type of thing. I know this does not equal 100% because we could have had a race, a road closure with a beer garden, and maybe had overnight security with it. So this is kind of a breakdown to show you just by Next slide, please. This is another one that we had 4,140 hours, of which 56% of that was for traffic. 29% was alcohol related, and 15% was general security. If you look at the total officer shifts of 774, 60% was dedicated to traffic, 27% to alcohol, and 13% to security. Next slide, please. This slide is telling. These are just days of the year in 2019 where given that if we don't have any other resources to use, if we did everything with just park police, so with no MPD support, you will notice here that there are 38 days where we needed more than 8 officers for events. Some of these days may have had road closure at Nokomis, a road closure at Lake Harriet, and three private events. So the baseline you see there is 8. That's a quarter of all officers available. The next line you see is 16. That's half of the officers that are employed by the park board, and 32 is the number. So we had 38 days in 2019 that required more than a quarter of the police that are available. 18 days in 2019 would require half or more, and 2 days exceeded the number of officers we have currently employed at the park board. This was without any support. This also does not take into account the number of events that we denied in 2013. Next slide, please. So these are some events that require more than 8 officers, and then the economic impact with each one that we collect. And as you can see, we start with May Day with requirement of needing 8 officers for that, and work our way up to the Twin Cities Marathon, where we have 41 officers that are needed. And if you're familiar with the marathon, that closes all the parkways in South Minneapolis. So that's 21 events that require over a quarter of our force just for that one event. That's not adding on a potential for 3 private events and maybe a road closure at another location. And it require more than half of the officers that we have available. Next slide, please. So qualifying decision-making on event security. We live and play in Minneapolis. We invite people to come to Minneapolis and play. We are surrounded by the city of Minneapolis. We live within the city of Minneapolis. Most people don't know that we're an independent board. When I say that, I'm talking about the regional aspect of it and people coming in. They have no idea that we're not part of the city, that we're independent. We also share events with the city of Minneapolis. There are events such as the marathon that start in Minneapolis and leave and go on to park property. We make that distinction. Most people don't know that distinction. Aquatennial has events that start in downtown and finish or commingle with the parks. So we have Pride is another good example where the Pride Parade goes down Hennepin but ends in Loring Park. When we look at all these events, we look at it from best practices, and I highly encourage all commissioners to look at the FEMA training. All of our staff is FEMA trained. All of our officers are FEMA trained. Most large event groups are FEMA trained. And this is where we get a lot of our best practices on where do you come up with the number of officers or what's the requirement for officers. It's best practices, quite honestly. We work collaboratively with the event organizers and other groups, the city of Minneapolis, the fire department, the health department, when we create these crisis management plans. We take a team approach when we look at threats and hazard analysis of events. Each event is different. Each event gets one of these. So when we look at it, we don't make it up. It literally is a sit down with the event organizer, and we go through it and we apply best practices according to FEMA. When we do ask for MPD officers, if we don't have enough, any MPD officer, yes, they can sign up, but that does not mean that they're working on park property. Anytime an MPD officer signs up to work an event, they're vetted. They're vetted to our standards and our expectations. So we won't take just any officer from Minneapolis. They are vetted. These are best practices that are nationwide. I know of no large scale event that does not have some sort of law enforcement attached to it. Every Tuesday we meet before the event, and every Tuesday we meet after event. We have a standing meeting every Tuesday that talks about events that are coming up, and we go through crisis management plans, and we talk about after the event, we debrief and we go through, and if there's issues, we address them right then and there. One thing I just want to share with you, in 2014, I had the privilege to work alongside the White House and the Secret Service. And I can tell you that there's two things I took away from that. Number one, working with the Secret Service, they rely heavily on local law enforcement, protecting the President of the United States. The second thing is they firmly believe the safest place on earth is where the President is. And I think we do a really good job making sure that when you attend an event in Minneapolis, that it is the safest place on earth. I've always thought that. I firmly believe that ever since I had the opportunity to work with the Secret Service. That's the standard we look for. When you come to a park event, that's the safest place on earth. Next slide, please. So part of this is dictated by policy. So, we have an alcohol policy that was voted on by the board. A couple quick things on private events. If it's under 50 people and before 5 o'clock, there's no officer required. If it's a private event, typically weddings and that type of thing in the evenings, one officer is required per the policy. This is common for most municipalities. For public events, the requirement is a minimum of 2 officers. So when you have a beer garden, it's a minimum of 2 officers, and we'll do a risk analysis depending on the size of the event and sit down with the event organizer if we feel we need more officers at that. And then public events at neighborhood park sites, again with alcohol, the requirement is minimum of 2 police officers. Next slide, please. So we talk about road closures. Every event is assigned an officer in charge, an OIC. This is always a park police officer. They develop event traffic management plans, coordinates intersection closures with police agents, volunteers, course marshals. I can tell you that Lake Harriet, there's 19 intersections. We cover it with 5 officers. The marathon shuts down all the parkways in South Minneapolis. There's hundreds of intersections. We cover it with 41 officers. So we rely heavily currently on agents, volunteers, and course marshals when we do these road closures. They also assess the road surfaces, hazards and threats, manage participants in vehicle conflicts. Keep in mind, we share the road a lot of times. When we close Bedea-McCoska, for example, we don't close Lake Street. That gets coned off. So participants are only sheltered by a cone, so to speak, from traffic. And then there's also a lot of curb cuts, as most of you are aware, that feed into our parkways. So when we close a road, there's the opportunity for vehicles to come and going from their house that will get on the course while we have runners running. They provide customer service and guidance to patrons as a result of the closure. We see this all the time where people get lost. They're not used to their parkway being closed, and they get lost. That's the role of the officers, is to help them out. They apply authority. So if a vehicle does get on the course and they are behaving badly, by law, the only person that can stop them is a licensed police officer in the state of Minnesota. Nobody else can stop that vehicle. So if that vehicle gets onto the course and starts driving, a course marshal, a volunteer, even an agent cannot stop that vehicle legally. The only person that can stop that vehicle by law is a licensed police officer. They serve as first responders for medical, weather conditions pop up, other emergencies, and of course they act as the liaison between the event and the MPRB. Next slide, please. Oh, then switch, next slide, there we go. Okay, general security. Again, officer in charge is assigned for every one of these. They develop emergency crisis management plans, collaborating with the event organizer, MPRB staff, the city, first responders, fire department. They conduct threat and hazard analysis. They coordinate resources to mitigate any threats or hazards. They work as part of the largest security team. When we have concerts, when Alabama Shakes was at Halls Island a couple years ago, there was a lot of private security that worked that event. Private security covers the stage, the backstage areas. With Pride, we rely heavily on the street reach teams that come in. With a lot of our events, we have street reach that help make the event safer. They provide customer service and guidance to patrons, fulfill a variety of duties, cash deposits, dignitary section. When Senator Amy Klobuchar announced her bid for president last year, she chose Minneapolis Park to do that. And our park police, they asked for our park police to assist in that security. And then of course, regulating access, traffic control, that type of thing. That go with large events. Sometimes you get a large event and a lot of people want to come to it. So you get relegated from one to the other. Of course, first responder, medical, weather, other emergency, intervene when a criminal or disruptive conduct occurs, not only at the event, but peripheral. Sometimes people come into events to look for problems or cause problems. Our park police intervene on those. And of course, act as an on-site liaison between the event and the MPRB. Next slide. So, all of our park police, whether they're working general security, a beer garden, or traffic control, are always there to provide anti-crime, anti-terrorism, and emergency response for all events. As you can see by this picture here, this looks like it could be an unruly group. But I want to point out the fact that we have some very, very large events in our park system. If you look at just like the city of Lake Slope at 10,000 people, that's larger than a lot of cities and towns in Minnesota. And it works its way up. I mean, we get up into the hundreds, 250, 350, and 400,000 people we invite to our parks, and we want them to be safe. But it's a team effort, and we understand that we're part of a team when we look at these events, and it's part of the risk analysis, but police is part of that. And I can't tell you how many officers it takes to protect 400,000 people in one park. But we can't do it alone. Next slide, please. So the city of Minneapolis event security requirements, I found this, this is what they have posted currently as far as their ordinance. Only authorized persons to regulate traffic. So no unauthorized person shall regulate or attempt to regulate traffic upon the streets and highways of the city. Police officers are authorized to regulate traffic upon streets and highways of the city. Traffic control agents, while working for the city, are authorized to regulate traffic upon the streets and highways of the city. And then Chapter 447, parades and races. The applicant will provide authorized civilian or police personnel at all intersections requiring traffic control. The applicant will provide volunteers to monitor the barricades at all intersections not requiring traffic control personnel as determined by the Department of Public Works and Police Department. This is exactly what we do right here. We do the exact same thing. Inputs, next slide, please. Input from event sponsors. there's always a concern whenever something happens at an event. In 2017, 3 years ago, there was a mass shooting in Las Vegas. 60 people were killed, 867 wounded at a concert, similar to what we held when Alabama Shakes was in our park. We've noted there's noted incidents of vehicles driving through crowds at New Orleans, New York, Berlin. Most everybody knows about the marathon bombing, where 3 people. All those things could have happened in Minneapolis. When these things happen, we go to best practices. We go to FEMA. We look, how could we have stopped this? How could we have made it more safe? When these things happen, event organizers come to us. When that happened in Las Vegas, Pride came to us and asked for every officer we had at that moment. When the marathon happened, Twin Cities in Motion came into us and asked for every officer we could possibly afford to keep people safe. Most event organizers were not aware that MPD supported the events. They always work with the park police. We are the lead. It's to our standard. Large events often require more officers request more officers than are required. So when we put our plan together, we'll tell them what we think is needed, and we'll sit down with them, and sometimes they'll ask for more. Very rarely do they ever ask for less. Event organizers have expressed concerns without appropriate resources. Their events may be impacted or eliminated. So, when I've approached them with having no extra support from MPD and what that means, they are concerned. They're looking for answers. They want to know who's going to protect them. Next slide, please. So in summary, overview, we need to consider event capacities based on safety and security of the resources. We are unique. We only have 32 officers. Most cities of our size have the luxury of 25 times that they can choose from. We have 32. Again, cities same size, cities smaller than us have way more officers because they're a department of the city, so they can go to their police department and get the safety and security they need. We have 32. Without MPD support, we're way over capacity right now. We are way over capacity. We can't do it. We can't do what we do. Qualified decision making. We use best practices in this area. We review these yearly. Every event gets reviewed all the time, and we speak to myself and our park police. We're trendsetters. So we when it comes to events, just given the sheer number and volume of events that we hold. So we speak locally a lot of times to event producers about safety and security, along with on the national level. Current requirements, we're bound by the current ordinances and policies that are set. And input from producers, adjustments to safety and security may have an impact on the participant experience and MPRB revenue if we have to scale down or start canceling events. I will turn this over to Deputy Ringgold for recommendations.
Shane, thank you. Commissioners, so we are at this point as a result of Resolution 2020-232, which removed using City of Minneapolis police at any park sanctioned event. Our first step in thinking about a security and safety plan related to events was to begin by connecting with jurisdictions or other departments that have jurisdiction within the City of Minneapolis and might be able to fill the role, which you saw is about 1/3 of the officers that participate in our current events are from MPD. So we looked first to see if there was another department that could help fill that role. We were not able to identify another department who was willing to do that. So that has led us to thinking about alternative ways we might be able to approach this. And we anticipate that there's some interest to try to keep the current level of events happening within the system. We've already started to hear in previous conversations about ordinances and others that there's some interest in maybe reducing some of the requirements around our alcohol policy, but then looking at how other trained individuals who aren't officers might be able to assist with some of the duties that officers are typically doing within some of our events. So as As we look forward, there's a couple of things that we recommend as next steps. One of them is developing a safety and security policy that would do a couple of things. One, as you saw in the numbers that Shane showed, is that our small private events, so our wedding receptions, things like that, while they are a significant number of the total events they do, they don't require a significant number of officer hours. However, those officers are then occupied in a way where they couldn't be a part of a larger event. So one option would be to see if we can look at a way for officers who are currently helping with alcohol service at those private events might not need to be there, that we would have another way of addressing alcohol service. Another piece that came out in the numbers that Shane was showing is that our ratio to park police to trained traffic control attendants, that we might be able to come up with a ratio that still keeps an officer present at an event, especially some of our large events, but also relies increasingly on a trained corps of individuals who can assist with traffic control. And then protocols around when events request additional officers and how we would navigate the space between officer and maybe security, and how we would look at the risks and the insurance associated with that. So we would like to move forward with developing that type of a policy. We're hoping to get some insights yet from you tonight, and I know it's getting late, about different thresholds you would find acceptable on those items. And then, of course, looking at updating the alcohol policy. And then probably the third one. So the superintendent, by board direction currently, has the opportunity to both approve and deny permits for events within the park system. But a recommendation would be to directing the superintendent to deny permits when we aren't able to identify alternatives for alcohol service, traffic control, and security. So with that, it's a lot of information, but would love to get some insights from commissioners around approaches they'd be willing for us to consider and review around alcohol service, traffic control, and security requests and protocols. And we would begin looking at those items, looking at different strategies of if there's risk there, how we might mitigate that risk and be able to roll that into a policy. So with that, I will hand it over to the chair to help direct any comments from commissioners.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Sensel, for the presentation. This was a really good presentation. I appreciate all the information. It's definitely a lot. And I'm happy to finally have this information. Commissioner Meyer, I think your hand was up first for a discussion.
Thank you. When we passed our resolution last summer, I indicated that I, didn't want to lift our suspension with the conduct with MPD unless MPD was substantially reformed. And as we speak, MPD has been arresting people and kettling people on I-94 and doing some things that look pretty appalling. So I don't think that's coming anytime soon. I don't want to, restart our contract with MPD while it remains unreformed. And the Charter Commission prevented the city from taking the first steps towards that, so it doesn't seem like it'll be happening soon. So I really hope we can find some ways to reduce the need for police at our events. Like when we're talking about weddings, I don't feel an important need to have high levels of police there. And when it comes to traffic control, like that, these seem to be like things that we should be able to disentangle from the police. So I really want to dig into what policies are preventing us from doing that. So I will happily read the FEMA best practices report that you shared with us. I'd like to revise our alcohol policy. And then just so I understand clearly what Mr. Sensel was saying, so there are city level ordinances, you shared those with us, and you said there's also state of Minnesota law about stopping vehicles. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, so that sounds like there are 3 different levels that we have to look at. One is our own policies on alcohol. One is those city policies about parades and races. And then the third is, probably the hardest one, state policy on stopping traffic. But I really want to thoroughly examine those and minimize our need for police as much as possible. Yeah, that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French.
How much an hour are we paying off-duty Minneapolis police officers, or how much are we paying for those contracts?
Commissioner French, it's a pass through, so it's part of their collective bargaining agreement is their salary is set by their salary at time and a half, and that is passed to the organizer pass through. So the organization itself, the park board, gets reimbursed for that cost.
So you'd say you'd rather hire licensed police officers to do security at events. What about trained security officers who know the same type of work? Are we making it so they're losing out on work, so they don't have jobs to do, extra jobs to do? I've done security work. I've done event security work for over 20 years, so I know that work. I know that there isn't always an officer there. There usually is an officer there that will come in case something really got bad, and he could, was able to call other folks. But I've worked tons of events. I've worked Cinco de Mayo in St. Paul for years. I've worked Gay Pride several occasions. And I'm saying we can be imaginative on how we do certain things. I go to the farmers market, not as often as I like to go, but I see they have reserve officers who do a lot of crowd control and traffic control. Can we think about maybe having some reserve officers who work for our police department? Maybe enhancing our park patrol agents and making so we can have more of that and invest in that in those guys and make it. We'll have our own in-house. I think we should be really imaginative. We don't like Commissioner Meyer said. I don't think we've seen systemic reforms in the Minneapolis Police Department. As we speak right now, they're handing out citations to protesters who are peaceful, right? As we speak. And so I told folks when I became a park commissioner, we want to reimagine how policing is. We want to do it differently. And I think this is an opportunity to do it. I think this is an opportunity for us to sit down and do the hard work and figure out the best ways we can keep people safe. And I mean, and we may come up and say, hey, we need a certain amount of police, and that's okay with me. But I don't think we need police all the time, every time. How many times have people driven on the grass at events? How many times that happened? I mean, I'm saying it's good to prepare for everything, but if we always prepare for the worst case scenario, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you.
Commissioner French, can I just ask a follow-up question? Because I think you're speaking to exactly some of the thresholds we're trying to understand. So when you're looking at this, is there anything that you wouldn't want us to consider? Because we're certainly hearing encouragement to be creative, but if there's anything that you see that's in the do not consider box, do you have anything like that?
You're muted. You're muted, Commissioner French.
Not right now, but I really would encourage us to sure up our park agents, because I think that they're not licensed, they're not they don't carry firearms. I believe we can have a really robust park agent program that could really supplement what we do with Minneapolis Police Department. I think we could use our park police, to like force as a force multiplier, as you will, and so I think that's the way we should go about it. We should go look at there's a few security companies within the city who do large event security staffing. I've worked for a few of them. I think we should go and look for them and see what they're doing. I think we should look and see what they're doing at the U.S. Bank Stadium or Target Field. They're not everybody in there is not a cop. So they've supplemented that with civilian security, and I think we need to reimagine that. And so I just want to, I don't know if I want to keep hitting that nail on the head, but that's where I want to go with this. I think that's.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Let me see. Commissioner French, you have your. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vita. One of the challenging things is, it's November and we're just talking about this now, and I don't think that's any fault of anyone's, but we're putting our staff in an impossible position if we are going to have events next year, and I guess that is still to be seen. We're voting on our budget in a couple of weeks. We just don't have a plan here, and the board has seemed to just kind of be in the breeze on this issue and has made some declaratory statements, and then back to we had an overwhelming resolution to talk about police uniforms, and then we couldn't even change police uniforms. And so I'm really nervous about setting up our staff to fail here. That said, I'm not in a point where I'm willing to go back on that resolution either. And maybe we just have to tell folks that they can't have events right now because we don't have a plan, and tell them exactly why, and tell them exactly what Commissioner Meyer and a few of our other standards are around resuming that contract with the police, and just let folks know why they can't have their wedding in the park, or let folks know why they can't do the Twin Cities Marathon. That said, the next time the President of the United States comes to the band shell, I would probably vote for an exception for that rule if there are events of historic and national significance that actually require the use of law enforcement, that participating in those events are kind of above our pay grade. I would probably look for an exemption there. But I agree. I'm not in a spot to walk away from this commitment, but I'm really disappointed in us as a board that we're only talking about this plan now on November 4th and at 11:12 p.m. at night, and Mr. Stenzel and Ms. Ringgold are asking us what they want us to do. We're really setting you guys up for failure, and I'm sorry for that.
Is that it? Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I would just like to add that I appreciate that we're having this conversation, and I hope that there are more conversations like this to come. I do agree with Commissioner French around the idea that we should be exploring security companies. I think about like a smaller event or wedding where we may be able to use higher security, thinking about opportunities for communities of color when looking at security companies. I know several small businesses that are people of color that own security companies. So I would love to explore that idea a little bit more. I will say though, it sounds a little weird, but do we have like a bomb squad on the park police? What would we do for like a large marathon or a large event where we're worried about, you know, bomb threat, or, you know, where, I don't know, I'm worried about terrorism. I'm worried about like all these things we see on the news at these larger events that we've had support from other agencies in the past. Can we even handle some of these things ourselves, or are our outside agencies helping us? Like we're leading, but are they helping us in these ways? I don't know who can answer that question.
Vice President, I see Chief Ojado is on. I would defer to him on that.
Okay.
Chair Vita, the Minneapolis Police Department does have a bomb squad. They also have explosive trained canines. We've worked in partnership and collaboration with them on special events for as long as I've worked here. And apparently that will not be an option going into next year.
Okay, so the park board does not have that available on our end. We need we've used Minneapolis police in the past for that.
That's correct.
And I don't know if this is you, Chief, or Mr. Stencil. Do vendors typically ask for specific kinds of safety services, or do we just provide them with what we offer based on their size of event attendees?
It literally is both. We sit down and we go through the event with them and talk about what minimums are based off of best practices. And there are times they will ask for more than what we deem as being a safe event. So it's kind of twofold.
I guess I'm not asking for like the specific amount of officers as much as I am for like, are they saying we want someone on bomb patrol or on, you know, like looking out for specific things that we know are trending, you know, like we're looking for weapons or certain things?
Commissioner Vita, absolutely. When the incident happened in Las Vegas, when we had a concert right after that elevated that level of security to look for that active shooters. When the bomb went off in the Boston Marathon, absolutely that activated the need to look for bomb, have bomb sniffing dogs and more eyes on participants at the marathon. So unfortunately, when tragic events happen, it escalates. Safe to say that we could probably say that we haven't had a major incident like that in Minneapolis, but it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And that's the attitude we have to take with it. It's a matter of when something's going to happen when we have a large scale event, and how are we prepared for that?
Okay,
Sure.
and then go ahead, I'm sorry.
Chair Vito, I would just add that part of your question goes to the planning and risk analysis that we do with event sponsors ahead of the event. And so Mr. Stenzel and members of my staff and other members of the organization meet with event sponsors ahead of every major event to go through the event, to tailor our approach to what it is that they need and what it is we identify as mitigating strategies to make the event as safe as possible. Sometimes that translates to things like explosive sweeps using canines that are trained by the city of Minneapolis. Sometimes it means that we're deploying officers on bicycles. Sometimes it means that we're bringing in outreach support like the street reach team. But that planning that takes place ahead of every event is crucial, and that's how we customize our approach.
And then my last question is around park police staffing. So, police officers I'm sure don't work 7 days a week, or we try to not have them working 7 days a week, along with park agents. How many people of our staff are typically, at a large event?
Chair Vita, I'll take a swing at this, and then Mr. Stenzel can back me up. But I have always, my approach to this has been to strive for at least 2/3 of the hours worked in extra duty to preserve our brand on how we provide support and security at all of these events. And so with every major event, the goal is to have at least 2/3 of the staffing be park police officers. And that really bore out in the stats that Mr. Stenzel presented early in his presentation. Now, there are days when the event requires more officers than we employ. And so, in those situations, there may be one-off events where that 66% is thrown a little bit out of balance, but we strive to have the majority of officers at these events be park officers.
Thank you. And Commissioner French, I'm sorry, is your hand up again?
Commissioner Vita, or Chair Vita, could I speak? I can't raise my hand.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, President Cogill. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all good. Thank you. Even though I'm not on this committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, given the fact that this is a discussion item on committee, and ideally the next time something comes forward, it will be an action. I just wanted to weigh in and say, first of all, that I appreciate the work that staff has done on thinking about this. It is a complex issue, and I appreciate that it is my duty as the president and the secretary's duty to fully implement the unanimously passed resolution from June the 3rd. I appreciate that Commissioner Bourne isn't yet ready to walk away from this unanimously passed directive, which I think is as crucial or more crucial than ever, that we really think about how we can diversify what safety looks like in our city and in our park system, not just at large, huge events, but at the many, many weddings that we put on. I am very open to a major change in how we think about our alcohol service policy, especially at all of the small weddings that are conducted throughout the system. Certainly on traffic control, when we're shutting down a bunch of small streets, I think that there's a lot of opportunity there to change who we have in those sites. And I would also want to say that I don't think that we should necessarily be planning for the atomic scenario. I appreciate that there need to be exceptions for things like having a president visit, or thinking about really large statewide or nationally focused events, and thinking about what our strategies are there. But by and large, we're having somewhat smaller events, and I think that it behooves us to think creatively, and as Commissioner French said, to look at the security firms and our unarmed staff who could be supports in this system. I am hopeful that staff will bring forward a resolution or a series of resolutions that do address these things that, again, the board unanimously put themselves behind, and I think that are as important as ever. And I would also say that, the timing of this, it's always the right time to do what is right. And regardless of how quickly we're going to be able to get on a new plan online, I would say that we could safely expect that events aren't going to be really effective, certainly not until at least April, if not later. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here for us to think creatively and to implement something that's transformative and that really thinks big about the future of safety in our park system.
Thank you, President Cogill. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I would like to, oh, sorry. I think we're done now. I am going to close the, thank you. I am going to close the Park Police Oversight and Governance Committee.
I think you want to declare it adjourned.
It's adjourned.
There you go.
Declare it. Good night.
Night, everybody.
All right.